And good morning, friends, from the world's greatest race course. Today it is Swift Penguin Creations Bump Day at the PRI Hoosier 500, Day 2 qualifications at the world's greatest sim race. Welcome back after a long day yesterday. We've got just short of 12 hours of qualifications on deck today. One spot guaranteed yesterday. Robert Malechka took home the 40 Racewear Pole Award. Today we lock in the other 32 positions. Set our field of 33 heading into next week's fifth running of the PRI Hoosier 500. Just going to do a little prep work here as we load into the sim. We'll be back in just a few moments to get rolling with Bump Day. Thanks for joining us. And welcome everybody. We are waiting for qualifications attempts here for bump day. We're giving drivers 1 more minute to submit an attempt. If one is not received, then we'll kick things off and open the track up for practice. Alright, seeing as though no drivers have requested an opportunity to qualify within the first 10 minutes here of the race session, we're going to go ahead and open the track up for practice. Welcome back to coverage of Bump Day qualifications here at the PRI Hoosier 500. We'll bring up the leaderboard as it currently stands. Will Weiser is on the bump at 227.782 miles an hour. And we're going to bring in Andrew Wood, member of our commentary team, in just a few moments. Andrew, part of our Today at the 500 show coverage, was also on yesterday's PRI Hoosier 500 YouTube and Facebook broadcast. So bring Wood in for a little while this morning to talk all things pole day and bump day. All right, we said we would jump in and have a conversation with Andrew Wood, and he's here with us right now. How you doing this morning, Andrew? Good to talk to you, brother.
Early morning in Indy, and we all know what that's like, waking up during qualifying session and getting
Yeah.
ready to kick things off for the day. So got our coffee and all set to go, and good to chat with you.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was a bright night, a bright morning, freaking snow on the ground. It feels bright all around. I was watching the moon bounce off the snow last night before I went to bed. I'm like, geez, can we just get some warmth to burn this stuff off? It's been here for like a week.
Wow, that's pretty much not really a setting that we're used to for Indianapolis 500 qualifying, but
Not at all.
and you painted a nice scenery there too. Just the moon bouncing off the snow sounds very nice, of course.
It was a very, very serene moment after 13 hours of qualification yesterday. So obviously a lot happened yesterday. We saw Rob Malechka pull a perfectly good provisional pole time and go ahead and just set an even better time. Ultimately took the 40 Raceware Pole Award, and the same was said for Alexander Russell, who went even later in the day, third to last, within the final hour of qualifying on PRI's Facebook and YouTube pages, and he went faster to P2. So first and foremost, I want to talk about making that decision, because I think earlier in the week we talked about how easy it is to end up in a tough spot. Had those guys had any issue at all on their second attempt, they would have either been going again very late yesterday, and in Alexander's case, since there were already two cars in line after him, he was the third to last car to go, and nobody else went past what we ultimately got in. Alexander would have had to ran today, and now you're gritting behind Saturday guys. Just talk about the pressure and what that really meant going out for a second attempt and everything that goes with that if things go wrong.
Yeah, actually, I can attest to that myself. Doing this race in the past, actually, I do remember for the very first, the inaugural Open Wheels 500. My first run was kind of a mid-pack effort, and you always kind of want to go out there and run the 4 laps clean and almost like a banker run sort of thing. But if you take that strategy, you're already putting yourself a little bit behind, just because you didn't really give it your all, and you only have 2 more attempts left. So my strategy for that one was to go out, put a time down, and then just kind of see how everyone was doing throughout the day. I knew I had a pretty good setup to make the race, but I didn't know if I wanted to just sit on a time and then perhaps get bumped out and have to come back on the second day, or if I wanted to go out and risk it all. So I did go out for a second run. So kind of the similar timeline as Russell there. Went out, did the second time, and like I was talking about yesterday, everyone's watching you. It's not really a very comfortable feeling to go out and do that, but I managed to put really, really good run in and put myself, I believe, somewhere in just outside the top 10, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, then it was good to just sit on it from there. But if I had messed anything up there, then yeah, the question comes to mind: do I sit on it and or do I go back out for the third run on that one day, or do I come back the last day? So luckily, I didn't have to do that. Russell didn't have to do that either. So yeah, it's so much pressure, especially when you only get 3 attempts at it.
We're watching right now. The only driver in the sim is Chad Frankenfield, so he's not requested an attempt to qualify just yet. That means the track is open for practice, and he's certainly taking advantage of that. So as you look at the drivers in the top 10, a ton of power slide, got a couple team i5G in there. Um, when we look at this super team era that we're in, uh, how do you separate yourself within a team? There's obviously a ton of quality drivers on each side, but you look particularly at power slide affiliated drivers locking out the first 2 rows at this point in time. How do you as a driver, and drivers are very particular and personal, and have their own opinion of their own driving abilities. How do you take that, and that you're running very close setups to everybody else around you, and everybody else is going to be quick? How do you ensure that you put yourself in the best position to succeed in a big team like that?
It definitely is difficult, especially if you feel like you're kind of an okay driver, and you may have to resort to just being a team player in some aspect. But uh, it's always good to have good communication with your teammates as well, because you may be the best driver on one day or the best qualifier on one day, but if you're feeling a little bit more motivated and you're feeling like you have something going, then why not try your best to say, "Hey, let me take the reins here. You could chill behind me and save some fuel or do something like that." So it kind of changes very often throughout the whole experience, really. So yeah, I actually feel like for myself, I would always be better for helping a teammate save fuel behind me or something like that. But communication is the key in a big team like that. You can't have anyone really saying I'm doing this and that's the way it is. So that doesn't always work that way. It's always easier to say it than to actually do it. But yeah, I think that's the best approach, and it is very difficult too.
I think we look at the drivers that are really right now in the bottom 3 of the order. Will Weiser is on the bump. We watched yesterday in the final hour of qualifications. Noah Carmichael put his car 31st, and Logan Simmons is 32nd. So everybody that's hanging out around the bottom, obviously I think the strategy gets pretty clear. If you've got 2 attempts, personally I would get one in mid-morning and try to make an attempt without all the pressure of the afternoon and coming down the stretch. But if you only have 1 attempt, how do you play that? Do you run early and try to avoid the chaos of when people, as we probably predicted, really won't show up until the afternoon? We expect it might be quiet this morning, but when would you make that run if you only have 1 attempt? Would you pull that in the morning and try to make more of a low pressure run when not as many eyes are on you? Or is that hard at any time because you personally know this is my last shot at making the Hoosier 500?
Well, let's just talk about Chad right now. He's out here doing a bunch of runs, and it seems like he's gearing up and getting himself prepped to do something kind of early. So I think it all depends on when you feel the most comfortable, right? You're going to go out there and you're going to kind of warm up a little bit. And it may not just be about the timing, but it may be, okay, I kind of blew it yesterday. Let me go out there and try a couple of runs, maybe tweak a couple of things here and there. And it's all about when you're saying, okay, take a deep breath, exhale, and say, I'm ready to go. Um, in essence, it really doesn't matter when you go. You may want to put the pressure on people going later, so it might be a better job to go out earlier and push people into saying, man, I got to get out there now, or I'm never going to make it kind of thing. So that also adds the pressure on to people maybe messing up a little bit later in the day because they realize that the stakes are so high. So I wouldn't wait too long. But if it were me, I would say it's when you're the most comfortable going out and you feel like you got it.
Totally. And just for reference, Chad does have 2 attempts, only made 1 run yesterday, so he does have a little bit more to play with. One driver that made all of his attempts yesterday, Marco Brazil, unfortunately will not be part of Bump Day qualifications or the Hoosier 500 next week. Marco had a run invalidated to kick off the day when he went below 200 miles an hour on his warm-up lap. He had a valid attempt in the middle, was 39th fast, I believe, at the time. And then he went out one final run and unfortunately went underneath the 200 mile an hour warm-up number once again. So I think he was only one of 2 or 3 guys to exhaust all of his attempts yesterday. Just talk about pushing the limit, because I think I mentioned it a bit on the broadcast yesterday. I know that we're all trying for every last little bit. But man, it seems like particularly with the warm-up lap rule, you just don't want to mess with getting close to that 200 mile an hour number. If you're at 202, 203, 204, it just seems a lot safer than trying to hang around at 200 and 201 miles an hour through the South Chute. By the time you get to the backstretch, usually it's pretty easy to manage, and then you ultimately grab a gear and go for the rest of the lap. But it just doesn't seem like that's quite worth the risk, yet he took that risk and unfortunately paid the price and won't be racing with us next week.
I think it's very risky to just go very, very close to that 200 mile per hour number. It definitely it's there. It's clear in the rules, and you could build your strategy and your timing and your momentum to be as close to that as you possibly can, or you can just be safe and go 205, 204, 205 or so. It really is talking about hundreds and thousands here, like we were talking about in the final hour yesterday. And some people have this idea in their mind that if they're at 201 the whole way around, and and they could just hang there, that will give them some extra tire life or something like that. But I think you're always going to want to err on the side of safety in terms of making sure that you follow the rules correctly. And we keep mentioning 3 runs is not a lot. So if you waste one just by doing that, then you're already kind of pigeonholing yourself into saying, I got to do it now.
I do want to talk about strategy a little bit, and something we saw yesterday, something honestly that I've seen for the first time. You and I, we've been on here for a little while now. I hadn't seen anybody take the access lane for a warm-up lap like that. And obviously it doesn't really apply to the iRacing Indy 500, so this is the only sort of environment where that would show up. But that was pretty unique. Can you talk a little bit for those who may not know why folks are doing that instead of just going right out on the racetrack? What benefit could be gained from taking the access road on the north side of the track between turns 3 and 4 on the out lap in particular?
That's a good question, Tanner. When I first saw people doing it yesterday, I thought there was an issue with the car, because typically if we watch regular Indy 500 qualifying, you see someone pull off into the apron like that. It's you got something wrong with the car. It's the engine's blown up or something like that. But yeah, I would have to guess that it's just a shortened distance around the track a little bit. So you're not really, if you're close on fuel or something like that, you are shortening the track a little bit. I'm trying to think as I'm going here, as I'm talking it out, why someone would do that. But there's probably something in terms of timing or rhythm or something like that that's going to push people to shorten the distance a little bit. Either that, or maybe they're just trying to get the run done faster. So I'm going to have to go back and look into that a little bit, because I don't really have a good answer for you on that one.
Yeah, I didn't either. I was racking my brain a little bit in the first half of yesterday.
Well, put it this way, Tanner, that we've been surprised by stuff every single time we come out here and do this 500-mile race. So I guess
right.
This edition, it's like almost an apron gate, if you will.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's the thing. I mean, it's credit to the drivers that utilize that. There's no rule in the rule book that says you cannot do that. It honestly does not affect race procedure or the way that the qualifications flow proceeds through the day. As long as you get off pit lane and back to the start finish line in 60 seconds, there's not a ton of other rules except for being on the access lane in turn 2. So, yeah, credit to them. It's an interesting little bit, and I'm sure.
Who knows? Another theory I might have is one person does it and no one else really thought about doing it, so they're like, hey, why not? We'll all just be like kind of like lemmings off a cliff
They
in a
blindly
sense. Like,
follow it. Yeah.
yeah, if it worked for one person, why can't it work for me? So maybe people just change their strategy just because one person did it, almost like a little some advantage someone knows and another doesn't.
Chad Frankenfield, still the only driver who's presented a car on pit lane at this time. I know that Eli Henrique had been in the registration queue. I don't think he ultimately made it into the room yet. So just one driver out here thus far. We got plenty of track time on deck, over 11 hours until the gun goes off at 7:50 p.m. Eastern time again later today.
So how many drivers do you predict are going to show up today and try and get into the race? Obviously, we have, the 50 plus drivers that made at least one attempt yesterday. Do you believe that everyone's going to come back for another go, or in your experience, do you think that it's, some guys are like, hey, I don't have it, and just maybe pack it all up in the garage and go home and just be a spectator?
I do think that poll day does serve as a demoralizing day in some ways. And that may be putting it harshly, but I do think there's a moment of realization for a lot of drivers on poll day where maybe you felt pretty good about your prospects and you're in official practice all week, and you know that there's some guys that are hanging out in the shadows, but you're making your runs and you feel like the car is relatively quick, especially if you're not somebody that's in this open setup IndyCar world very often. So if you get out there on pole day and you're, a tenth, 2/10 off, 3/10 off each lap, that's crushing, especially if you put a lot of time in. So I do think that eliminates a lot of people right off the bat. I think naturally bump day is a much quieter day because unless something major occurs or there were just a lot of mistakes yesterday that we don't know about, I would predict somewhere around the top 20 to 25 spots on the leaderboard right now are probably safe. So most of those people want to hold on to their grid spot and won't make an additional run just for the sake of going faster, because then you're going to grid behind the guys that are standing on qualifying times from Saturday. So I would say there's anywhere from maybe 8 to 13 spots that could be snatched up today, and we get into bump day and moving some people in and out of the top 33. But I think when you look at, there's a lot of people that are probably wanting to just stand on their Saturday time. There's some folks that probably understand that they don't have the speed. And then the strategy aspect of it that we talked earlier. If you feel like you just want to make one run later on in the day, and obviously if you've already burned some runs yesterday, you want to save that stuff. It just sets up where there's not a whole lot of action the first half of the day probably. And thus there's a lot less drivers taking attempts. So I would say we'll probably get a handful of drivers make their first attempt today. Maybe they had schedule issues yesterday, could not make it out to the track on Saturday. I would expect there's still a handful of first-time qualifiers tomorrow. And then from there, maybe 15 to 25 drivers that are still out there in the mix, try to make some additional attempts. Maybe we see around 20 unique drivers hit the track today. I think that would be kind of a roundabout guess, but certainly bump day, it's a lot more strategic. It's a lot more watching the leaderboard through the day. And if you're somebody that's on the outside looking in, or if you're on the bump spot or near it right now in the field, and you're trying to be proactive and put a run out to better your time and be a little safer in the field of 33, it's definitely a bit of a waiting game at times.
I think your prediction is pretty right there. I imagine we'll see around 15 to 25 guys go out or so. Yeah, that also counts those that potentially get bumped out of the 33 or,
True.
Logan
Yeah.
Simmons and such. They're going to have to go out again because they were in and now they're out. So that might compound the the situation. But I think that you're onto something here, that people are kind of just wait out the day, especially if there's some real life stuff going on this Indy 500 qualifying weekend. They may say, hey, I got some stuff to do. Let me just do that and then prepare for it later in the afternoon.
So we got Andrew for a few more minutes here. I do want to talk post qualifying here as we look ahead to race week. Won't get all the way to race weekend and any predictions or anything like that. We'll have plenty of time for that. But as we talk about the hybrid, it's a hot topic issue right now in the iRacing IndyCar community, certainly around this race in particular, because hybrid technology is going to be introduced to the Dallara IR18 here on iRacing on Tuesday for the first time in iRacing. So that is going to be quite a curveball for the teams and building race setups over the last handful of days. In real life, we know that the hybrid added weight. It did also add horsepower in qualifications, but we're not exactly sure. And your mileage may vary when you go and ask various IndyCar fans or people that work for IndyCar what the success of the hybrid has been in racing conditions. If you had to handicap it, what do you think the addition of the hybrid will do to the car and race trim as we look ahead to race weekend and introducing this new technology in an interesting point in time? Andrew, what's your gut feeling on how the car will react to having the hybrid and the handling in particular?
I'm curious myself. I've had a lot of theories about it myself. Just reading into what's going to be updated. If you want to take the real life aspect of it, there were some situations where teams and drivers were saying, well, it makes the car a little bit more difficult to slipstream, especially to get any sort of advantage on, in corners to pass other cars. And it does leave more to the driver to just kind of sit behind and play around with what the hybrid's going to do for fuel saving capabilities and such. Uh, in terms of the racing, it really could enhance it a little bit, especially if there's deployment of extra power and everything like that from the hybrid itself. So I think everyone really kind of has their own theory about it, but it really could be just about anything. For me personally, watching all these iRacing Indy 500s for all these years, I really hope it does inhibit a little bit more of a passing scenario and allows drivers to get an opportunity to perhaps pick up a few spots here and there. Whereas before they would just be stuck in the aero wash. Also, the tire life might be a little bit different too. So those are two
Good
things you
point.
really want to look out for.
Yeah, I think we were definitely spoiled in the mid 2010s with the Aero Kit era and the
Absolutely,
awesome
yeah.
racing that came with that. And obviously, when the new car came along in 2018, it was beautiful. It didn't get a fair shake right off the bat because I think that was one of our hotter 500s that we had in a while. So it was going to be hard to pass that day anyway. But it's had its moments here and there, and certainly left a little bit to be desired sometimes in the race itself, as you alluded to. Got just a few moments left here. For first and foremost, I want to say great job all week. We really appreciate having you on these broadcasts. You've added a lot of really great insight and eloquently too. It's amazing. You haven't been doing this forever, man. I think it's been a natural gift.
Yeah, actually, it's definitely a lot different to be on this side of it, and part of me kind of misses being out on track a little bit, but part of me is just excited to try something new, and I really appreciate getting the opportunity to give my insights and talk about racing, because I like talking about racing just as much as I like actually racing itself, and to give the insights that I feel like maybe I don't hit it right all the time, but just to have a conversation about it, you could just learn a little bit more even in that aspect. So yeah, I really, really appreciate getting the opportunity and the chance to be in the booth for this week. And commentating with Arjuna last night was kind of surreal too.
Right.
An hour afterwards, I was like, wow, I just commentated with one of the the more well-known guys on the sim too. So that was a whole new experience in itself. So I really do appreciate it.
All right, everybody. That's Andrew Wood. He'll probably join us a little bit later on today, so won't be the last time you hear him, and you'll definitely hear him this evening on Bump Day Prime Time on the PRI Facebook and YouTube pages. All right, we'll chat soon, Andrew. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me again, and good luck to all that are out there today. Let's have a lot of good drama and a lot of good excitement, and let's make it a show.
All right, thanks, brother. Andrew Wood hopping out of the studio. Andrew provides a lot of great insight. Was a teammate of mine for multiple years. Really enjoyed spending time with him out on track, and obviously he's been a joy to have on the broadcast this week. Adds some good insight as a veteran in this community. He's seen a lot through car changes, rule changes. It's an always evolving environment here in iRacing. And he's a smart individual to have on your team, whether it's on track or in the broadcast booth. So if you're just joining us, the track is open for practice. We've got a couple drivers in the session. You obviously see Chad Frankenfield's been making some laps, making some simulated qualifying attempts. But no drivers have requested a spot in the qualifications line just yet. So the track is open for practice until further notice. And as we mentioned in our segment with Andrew, you would expect on bump day, a lot of guys don't want to play their hand too early, so to speak. You know, a guy like Chad Frankenfield, he's got 2 attempts left today, so maybe he can afford to burn one this morning and get that out of the way, and he's still got one more to hold on to for later on in the day if need be. But if you only have 1 attempt, it's probably wise to hold that until later in the day. You see how things shake out, particularly if you're in the field right now. If you're a driver like Noah Carmichael, for example, he's currently 31st and he's in the field. But it doesn't make much sense to go out and make an attempt right now at, 8:45 a.m. local time, knowing that you're going to be around that bubble mark all day long. And you don't really want to go out and requalify if you don't have to. You want to hold on to any possibility of a better grid position being a Saturday qualifier, but it's really about just watching that leaderboard, seeing how things evolve throughout the day, and when's the right time to make a move. Maybe it's for a driver going early and avoiding some of that pressure of running in the afternoon. When you know the stakes are getting higher, the pressure is on, people are watching and wanting to see what happens. Maybe you run early in the cloak of darkness like Chad and maybe Ricky Paz, who's also joined and brought a car out to the garage today. It's all part of the game here on Bump Day. So, as Chad continues to make laps, we'll leave you guys with the sights and the sounds of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for a little while. Chad completing his 3rd lap in this qualifying sim. Let's ride around with him before we go out. I want to see how this 4th lap looks. So on board right now with Chad Frankenfield. A little high in there in turn 2. And it's difficult when you get to that 4th lap. You're trying to be ever so gentle with the inputs. Hard to get the car down to the track sometimes. Pretty smooth there by Chad. Obviously a veteran in this community, knows his way around Indianapolis. He's put together some solid runs. It really looks like the fourth lap. And let me check a couple different times just to be sure I'm in the ballpark here. So I'm just looking at lap 4 times for a lot of the drivers in the field. We see at the pointy end of the grid, a lot of laps in the 39.5 range. You get to the middle of the field, a lot of laps in the 39.6. But there's not a lot of laps within the field of 33 right now that are in the 39.7 range for that fourth lap. So as we look at Chad's practice times to this point, we'll see if Chad's out on track. There he is. We're at around with Chad right now, but as I look at his sim runs this morning, he finished a 4-lap simulation and ran a 39.715. He finished another one and ran a 39.740. His best fourth lap was at 39.709. And he just ran on his most recent attempt a 39.725. So when we compare that to drivers that are in the field, by my count, there are only 4 drivers who have made a qualifications attempt that is currently in the field of 33 that ran a 39.7 second lap on their fourth lap. All that to say, not only does that take a pretty good first lap in the low 39.3s, quite low. You want to be close to the 39 flat at that point. You can't have a ton of fall off. But also, each of those runs, they're 29th, 30th, 31st, and 33rd, respectively, on the provisional grid right now. So the case could be made that by the end of the day, there'll be no driver in the field with a fourth lap at 39.7 seconds. So I think you really have to be underneath that 39.7 second bracket on the fourth lap to have a chance to make the field today. There's a real possibility that those guys from 29th on back get bumped out of the field, and you're looking at a grid that doesn't have any of those fourth laps in there. That's the money lap. As we all know, that's no new news here at Indianapolis, but if you're just looking for what it's going to take, you probably have to get below that mark to feel really good about making this race a week from today. First lap for Chad on this run was a 39.33, and he had a 39.431 on lap 2. Lap 3 is a 39.559. So we'll see right here. This is the fourth lap. Can he stay under the 39.7 range? You watch the lights on the steering wheel indicating RPM range. It basically goes down 2 lights through turn 2 and blinks into 2 lights down through turn 4. So a little bit of scrub there. Let's see what the 4th lap is. It's a 39.741. So again, it's just a dangerous spot to be in. And obviously everybody's trying for everything that they've got. You're holding on for dear life. And Chad's made a request to qualify. So we're going to close the track for practice and get set up for our first run of Bump Day. All right, everybody. A request has been made to qualify. So we're going to get set to make a qualifications attempt. Everybody that's practicing, please bring your car to the pit lane. And Chad, in about 90 seconds, will get rolling with your qualifications attempt. Just about a minute and a half away. All right, for our first qualifications attempt of the day, Chad Frankenfield, number 15, you may proceed to the end of the pit lane and wait for instruction. Anytime you're ready, Chad, just load in and meet us at the end of the pit lane. All right, this is your second attempt of the weekend. Best of luck. Track is yours. Yep, you're good to go. So Chad Frankenfield takes to the track for the first time today. We've got a bump day qualifier. Chad was the 11th car to go out yesterday on pole day. His current time, which he is withdrawing, was 40th fastest as we came into the day today. No issues with maintaining 200 miles an hour through the South Chute, so he is on with the rest of his warm-up lap. And we'll see what Chad can do here. We were just watching him set up to make an attempt. Can he get everything out of that car and put himself into the vaunted field of 33 at the Hoosier 500? So as you'll notice, I mentioned earlier that Chad was 40th before making this run, yet there's no position standing on the left side of that current run graphic. Each time you make an attempt at the Hoosier 500, you pull your previous time, so there is no safety net. You stand on the run that you put down. First lap for Frankenfield, a 39.342. 228.763 miles an hour. Second lap at 39.428. It's only 0.08 drop off. Not bad at all for Chad on the second lap. But right along here, I really like to hear the engine tone and the RPMs through the corners and see how that proceeds with tire slide. Not bad on the third lap through the last couple corners. We'll see what he's at the line. 39.555. This is a big second corner right here. Not too bad. It felt like he maintained momentum fairly well there. Better than the last time that we rode along with him through turn two. Two corners to go. It's a little RPM dip coming out of the four. Let's see if it's enough for Chad Frankenfield at the line. And it is better. It's a 39.67 on the fourth lap. Chad gets under that 39.7 number that we were just talking about. And he puts up a run that provisionally puts him inside the field of 33. 32nd fastest now for Chad Frankenfield. And he bumps out Will Weiser. All right, Chad, nice run. That puts you provisionally 32nd in the field right now. You were previously 40th, so you bumped your way in. And Will Weiser has been bumped out at this moment in time. So how about that? First run of the day. Chad Frankenfield bumps his way in to the Hoosier 500 at this point in the day. There's obviously a bit of a ways to go. Noah Carmichael was safe. Chad slots in just behind him. Moves Logan Simmons to the cut line now. He's got a 227.805 second lap. I'm sorry, 4-lap average. But Chad Frankenfield, we were just watching to see whether or not he could keep his car under that 39.7 bracket. He puts up a 39.67 on that fourth and ultimate lap. That means so much. All right, seeing as though there are no additional attempts to qualify at this time, we will open the track back up for practice. What a run. Chad Frankenfield bumps his way into the Hoosier 500 at this time. What we're going to do, we're going to take a few moments, might check and see if Chad's able to join us to chat about that run. First run of the day makes an impact. We'll be back in just a few moments. You're watching the PRI Hoosier 500 coverage of Swift Penguin Creations Bump Day at the world's greatest race course, live here on the Hoosier 500 YouTube channel. Thank you, everybody who's joining us for Bump Day Qualifications today. Ricky Paz is making laps around the speedway. We just saw Chad Frankenfield bump his way into the field, so the festivities are officially underway now. We're going to try to get Chad in for an interview in just a few minutes. We'll be back with more coverage of the PRI Hoosier 500 Swift Penguin Creations Bump Day in just a few moments.
Tire shop for your friends and family? Let us help you find the perfect gift that will make anyone in your family happy. Just log on to www.swiftpenguincreations.com today to find the perfect Christmas gift. Order now and save 10% with code Hoosier500.
Just under 11 hours left in Bump Day qualifications here at the Hoosier 500, day 2 of qualifying at the world's greatest race course. And the last attempt that we just watched was Chad Frankenfield. He found his way onto the course early this morning, made a handful of practice runs, and he's with us here now. Chad, thanks for joining us in the booth as we talk about the first run of the day. We watched you on quite a few simulated runs. Both myself and Andrew Wood, we were having a chat about when to play the cards. Obviously, you've got, at the start of the day, 2 qualification attempts still left in your back pocket. So, obviously, your strategy was let's get one in early, and then we saved the last one for the end. We were watching in particular your last lap in the field of 33 prior to your run. There was only 4 drivers that had a final lap over 39.7. And each time in the qualifying sims, you were kind of in that 39.75 range. And on the last the last run that you just made, you bumped yourself into the field. You ran sub 39.7 with 39.67 second lap on that 4th lap. So just talk about nailing that last run, particularly on the money lap, where we know the 4th lap here at Indianapolis is so important. Oh. Just one moment, folks. Looks like Chad's muted for the moment. All right, Chad. Not sure. Could you hear me while we were in there?
Yeah, I didn't have the right permission in that lobby. It's all good.
It's all good. We're good now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna probably be enough to make it that run. I'm definitely gonna probably have to use another one. Yeah, it's really tricky to hit the 4 laps. Your setup's kind of maybe good for one thing, but not the other. We're really trying everything we can right now to throw anything at the car. We're especially Little Eagle Racing. We don't really do much open setup stuff. And I think most of the guys on our team just do sports car open setup stuff. IndyCar wise, I don't think we do any open setup stuff. So we're kind of behind the eight ball there, um, trying to play catch up. But I think it's just really tricky to hit the 4 laps perfect on an open setup. Um, I think lap one there, I gave up a lot of time. I think there's definitely more on the table there, lap one. Um, but as the run goes on, I mean, it's not too bad. But yeah, it's definitely tricky, and we'll just have to see where it stands. I think I'm gonna probably have to go back out though.
With your car in particular, what are the challenges that you're facing? Is it understeer perhaps on the fourth lap, or is the rear end sliding? What are you trying to manage really once the car moves out of that optimal state on the first couple laps and starts to deteriorate a little bit?
I personally feel like I'm at best when you can turn the car and the inputs there. Um, like typically a little bit more on the looser side. So, um, like lap 2 through 4, I feel really good. Like it doesn't really, even 4, I'm not really, I feel like my inputs are good. Um, like lap 1, for example, like you're getting really big push in turn 1 and 2, and that sets the tone for the entire run based off what you get lap 1. So like lap 1 is definitely where I need to try to figure out how to just get the car to go to the bottom without scrubbing speed, because the further to the bottom I get, it's almost like the more time I'm losing right now. And typically, like you want to be under that white line as best you can. And lap 1, like I said, it's not really doing that.
We're talking right now with Chad Frankenfield, driver of the number 15 machine for Little Eagle Racing, currently in the field of 33 with his last qualifications attempt. As you look ahead, and obviously we gotta see how the day shakes out, and you still got one attempt in your back pocket to perhaps have to use, perhaps not. When we look at the hybrid that's coming next week, in your opinion, and obviously we're all IndyCar fans here, we've seen it had some benefits in qualifying. I think the jury's out on how it's actually raced in 2025. What are your instincts telling you, or what's your gut feeling about what the addition of the hybrid is going to do to just the handling and the drivability of the car as we look ahead to race trim in the Hoosier 500 next weekend?
I mean, if it's realistic, it's. I don't want to be a downer, but it's probably not going to make the race better. Um, um, if it's anything like real life, like we know what the real life 500 was last year with the hybrid, we'll see. I mean, I'm all about the sim being as realistic as possible. So even if they struggle to pass in real life, then that means we should struggle to pass. I mean, I think that's just how it is. Um, it's going to be interesting to see how the hybrid is on here. There's different modes and way they deploy the hybrid. I'm just curious to see how realistic it is. I will say, as someone who is traditionally fixed setup only, and I missed the days where you couldn't even mess with a weight jacker.
Right.
I think I just hope it's not too overly complicated. Like you're going to be pressing basically a hybrid button every lap. So like me, for example, like I had to get another wheel. I had to make sure that I have buttons mapped. I'm having to readjust buttons around. Um, it's a completely different animal. It's going to be interesting how it goes. Um, I do think it's going to play a big effect on the race though, because a lot of these bigger teams, I mean, they've been working on setups for this probably for months and months and months now, and they're going to have 4 days, I guess, 4 or 5 days to just to lock in their setup. So if anything, I think it might make the field a little closer on race day setup wise. Um, but yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I hope it makes it exciting, and I hope it adds another element to it.
All right, Chad, before we let you go, as we bring it back to qualifications, you still have that one attempt left. Are you a driver that would you prefer, if you had to go back out, are you somebody that would push it right to the end of the day? Or if you felt like you needed to make another attempt, would you rather run earlier in the day, where maybe that's more suited to you? Kind of, what's your gut instinct? How do you play the next 10.5 hours, knowing that now you're in the field? It's a different outlook than when you started the day. You've got one qualifications attempt in your back pocket. How do you play that from here till 7:50 p.m. Eastern time?
Um, I mean, honestly, I wish I would have been able to run what my optimum 4 laps would have been, because I think I'd have been feeling a little better right now. Um, I'm definitely gonna have to go back out. There's just too much. There's too many guys that are gonna find stuff overnight and throughout the day. Um, Personally, I would rather just go out, run my laps, and then just hope it sticks instead of having to wait around all day. But unfortunately, I think that's kind of what we're gonna probably have to do here, and just hope that throughout the day our team can just find something just enough to get us in a, to make the race. As I told Ryan, our team owner, I just need to get in the race. Like, just get me in the race and I will compete. I will be right there. But I just have to get in the race. So we'll see. Hopefully by the end of the day we're in the field.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, Chad. Great run
Yep.
to kick off the day. That's Chad Finkenfield, driver the number 15 for Little Eagle Racing, owner of the Elite Racing League, whose 2026A season is kicking off right around the corner. Well, have a great rest of your day, Chad. I'm sure, hopefully for your sake, we won't be seeing you back on track. If we do see you back on track, we're looking forward to your final run of the weekend.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, everybody. That's Chad. Excited to see how the rest of the day plays out. Right now, no drivers have made any requests to qualify, so the track is open for practice. Ricky Paz has been taking advantage of that. He sits in the pit lane right now. You're looking live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's Bump Day Qualifications presented by Swift Penguin Creations. Day 2 qualifying at the PRI Hoosier 500 here in 2025. We'll take a short break and be back with you in just a few moments. and welcome back to Bump Day Qualifications here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The track open for practice right now. No additional drivers looking to make a qualifications attempt. Just over 10 hours left in today's Bump Day Qualifications. We had Chad Frankenfield out on the track earlier, make the only attempt of the day to this point. Ricky Paz has been out there. He has been making some runs around, but not yet any additional attempts to qualify. We're going to check out and show you here Chad's run in just a moment. So bringing you back to Chad Frankenfield's run from earlier today. This was Chad's first lap. When he pulled his time, he was 40th on the speed charts. And just for reference, we'll put up the lap timings. Chad went 2:28.763 on that first lap. The first lap was a 39.342. A solid first lap. His second lap was, I think, aside from the fourth lap, in terms of importance, his second lap, he only lost 0.08 of a second from his first lap. So really nice to keep that fall off as tight as possible. He ran a 39.428 on the second lap. That's good for 228.264 miles per hour. Lap 3 wasn't as tightly bracketed to the previous lap. He lost 13 hundredths, which is the lap that we're watching right now. Made it through turn 3 fairly well, though. Not much of an issue through turn 4 either. And here was the money lap. This was the one that we were trying to set up and see, could Chad break the 39.7 second barrier and get under that number? Leading into that, there were only a few drivers that were provisionally in the field with the 39.7 second fourth lap. So we anticipate most, if not all, of the field by the end of the day, when most likely a few drivers get bumped out. We anticipate pretty much everybody will be under that 39.7 second bracket by the end of the day. So you have to get under that mark. Chad brought it off of turn 4 and was honestly pretty smooth on the fourth lap. He was under that mark, 39.676. And that's where we stand presently. No drivers out on track at the moment. So we're going to step aside in this particular session. There's only really about 11 more minutes left where a driver could request a time to qualify. If you remember, we don't allow any qualifications request to attempt a run after there's 5 minutes left in the session. It just cuts it too tight for trying to get a driver out on track, get their run started. We don't want any lap times cut off by the session, so we don't let any late starts from that point on. But still about 10 minutes and change where a driver can make a request in this session. If the session comes and goes, we'll go to a quick break and bring you back for the next session. We got 10 hours of bump day qualifications still on deck. Live from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it's Swift Penguin Creations Bump Day at the PRI Hoosier 500. All right, folks, you're watching Will Weiser right now make some practice attempts. Just wrapped up a qualification simulation, and just a couple minutes left in this particular session. So we're going to take a quick break, switch over to the new session since no new qualifying attempts can be made in this session. It does look like we have a driver that's interested in making an attempt when we get to the next session. Ellie Henrique has indicated some interest. He hasn't quite put in his submission to join the queue just yet, but we expect that at the top of the hour. So join us over at the next session. In just a few minutes, we'll be back with Bump Day coverage live here on the PRI Hoosier 500 YouTube channel. It's Swift Penguin Creations Bump Day. Just under 10 hours to go. See you guys in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. It is Bump Day at the PRI Hoosier 500. Swift Penguin Creations Bump Day. We've already had one car out on track to make a qualification attempt today. Chad Frankenfield in the first session bumped his way into the field. He is 32nd quick, so he's not out of the weeds just yet. But he is in the provisional field of 33. We are back and have a handful of drivers out on the track making some practice laps ahead of a potential run in qualifications. We bring you live to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Will Weiser is out on track. There's Ellie Henrique. Weiser was the driver that was 33rd at the start of the day. And he was bumped out when Chad Frankenfield bumped his way into the field. So what does Will have up his sleeve for the rest of the day? Track is still open for practice while we wait for qualifications attempts. So, we'll leave you with the sights and the sounds of racers preparing for potentially a dramatic run here at Bump Day Qualifications. Make sure you tune in tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Industry Facebook and YouTube pages for the final hour of Bump Day coverage. That'll be can't miss TV. Certainly going to be a lot of drivers keeping an eye on that cut line. Currently 33rd is Logan Simmons, who will work their way into the field of 33 tonight. The gun will go off at 7:50 p.m. Eastern Time. You can tune in at 7 p.m. for Bump Day Primetime, live again on the PRI Facebook and YouTube pages. We'll chat again soon. Right now, we'll leave you with practice at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Just over 9.5 hours left in Bump Day. So we do have a request submitted for qualifications. We're going to clear the track of practice and get in our second attempt of the day in just a moment. All right, folks. We have our next qualifications attempt. Number 94, Ellie Henrique. You may now take to the pit lane and meet me at the end of the pit road. All right, you may now head out to qualify. Good luck. Ellie pushes it right to the edge on that outlap timer. Very close, but he hit the start-finish line right at 0. And he's on into his warm-up lap. Right around with Ellie here. Completes his first lap. Say 40.228. 223.725 miles an hour. We have another driver in the qualifications queue, Will Weiser. He'll take to the track after Ellie is complete. Second attempt for the 94 car here today. Actually, I mean second attempt for the 94 this weekend. First attempt today for Ellie. Final corner for Elialdo Henrique. At the line, a 40.136. So that completes Ellie's second attempt of the weekend. 4-lap average, 224.120. Ellie, your run is complete. You actually already completed 4 laps. The most recent run, Elialdo Henrique, currently 66th on the time chart. 4-lap average speed, 224.120. Next to qualify is the number 71, Will Weiser. Will, you can present your car on the pit lane and meet us at the end of pit road. All right, Will, you may take to the track. This is your second attempt. You may proceed. So Will Weiser withdraws his previous run. He was 34th. Just bumped out this morning when Chad Frankenfield put himself in the provisional field of 33. So this is a driver that could bump his way back into the field right here. Will Weiser on his out lap. Completes the out lap in plenty of time. And now he begins his warm-up lap. Second attempt of the weekend for Weiser. He'll have one more left after this one if he happens to need it. He's on the pace now. In a half a lap, he'll begin a very important second qualifications attempt. First lap in the books for Will Weiser. 228.804. A lap time, 39.335 seconds. So respectable first lap for sure. That lap is 13 hundredths better than the first lap he did on his initial run. Let's see how this one stacks up. It's a 39.438. So another honest lap in the 228s. That one was 7 thousandths slower than what he ran on the second lap on his initial run. Not far off. Let's see how lap 3 fares. It's a 39.550. That is just 5 thousandths worse than his previous third lap. So we'll see how Will can do on lap 4. He ran at 39.722 on lap 4 this morning. I'm sorry, on lap 4 on his previous run. We talked this morning. We didn't think that there were going to be many, if any, drivers remaining at the end of the day in the field of 33 with a fourth lap in the 39 sevens. Let's see how this one shakes out. It's a 39.676, and just like we thought, that's what it takes, and Will Weiser bumps his way back into the field of 33. He is 32nd now, moving Logan Simmons out of the field of 33, and Chad Frankenfield onto the cut line. So Will Weiser, in his second attempt, finds his way back into the field. All right, nicely done, Will. That run puts you 32nd overall, bumps you back into the field. It bumps Logan Simmons out, and Chad Frankenfield is now on the cut line. You have one more attempt remaining for the weekend. Next to qualify, the 742 of Jackson Loving. Jackson, may present your car at the end of pit lane. All right, Jackson, the track is yours. Best of luck. This is your second attempt. So a nice job by the driver of the 71 car, Will Weiser. Puts himself provisionally back in the field for now. Albeit not much breathing room, but he still has an extra attempt, and he did improve, particularly on his first and his fourth laps relative to his initial qualifications attempt. So, well done by Weiser, and now Jackson Loving on his second attempt. We'll see if he can put a dent in the leaderboard. Jackson was 55th on the speed charts before this run. Well clear of the 200 mile an hour minimum speed on the warm-up lap. So Loving well on his way to making an official attempt here, qualifying for the PRI Hoosier 500. First lap for Jackson Loving, 227.370. American driving for the Sim Racing Club at Purdue University. May have clipped the wall there on the exit of turn 4. Even still, it's a faster second lap for Loving, which is interesting. Obviously, it looked like he got in the wall on lap 2. Without that, it may have been even quicker. Usually, as we've seen throughout the weekend, lap 1 is the fastest lap, and you consistently fall off from there. We'll see what they can do on lap 3. .604, so back in the 227s. That was a very strong second lap from Jackson Loving. Be interested to see what happened on the first lap. Ooh, loose through turn 3. And unfortunately, that's the end of Jackson Loving's qualifications attempt. All right, Jackson, that was your second attempt. You have one more attempt remaining for the weekend. We're going to ride around with Jackson. This was on his first lap, and yeah, you see it right there. We can go back to the start of the lap. He just misses the corner. And a little lift right there on the exit of turn 1. Kills the first lap. And honestly was a decent attempt at the second lap. Obviously fell off a bit on lap 3, and then the crash on lap 4. All right, the 742 car, Jackson Loving, is requested to qualify. Jackson may meet us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Jackson, this is your third and final qualifications attempt for the weekend. Best of luck to you. So our fifth attempt of the day is a back-to-back run. We just watched Jackson. Well, we'll have to look out for on that first lap. He was a little tight on corner exit. Had to lift to avoid hitting the wall. That, for all intents and purposes, basically ruins the entire qualifications run. A decent second lap, capped with a crash on lap 4 in turn 3. So, Jackson Loving, the driver from the Sim Racing Club at Purdue, out to make his final qualifications attempt of the weekend. He's on his warm-up lap. Let's see how he does. First lap in the books for Jackson Loving. It's a 39.460, so better than the first lap last time out. Still seemed a little understeery going through turns 1 and 2 in the South Chute on that first lap, but he made it through. What can he do on lap 2? Can he gain again? That would be a little bit unconventional. Second lap, 39.511. It's a high 227. Unfortunately, he'd need to pick up the pace a little bit. Trending to be just in the field right now, but still 2 laps to complete and battle through the changing tire conditions. It's going to be tough to hang on from here. Let's ride along with them. Oh, and he clips the wall. Loving hits the wall on the exit of turn 4. He's not done yet, though. In through turn 1, maybe a slight lift. He's battling now. He just wants to finish. There's a 39.67 on the third lap, so he is certainly out of contention. At this point, this is where he lost the car on the previous run. He dances through turn 3, on into turn 4. And it was a valiant effort. Jackson Loving does make it through, though. He will make the 4th flag. Checkered flag on Jackson's run, 225.355 on the 4th lap. 4-lap average, 227.012. All right, Jackson, that was your 3rd and final attempt. Unfortunately, it was 55th fastest. You have no more attempts remaining this weekend. The next car to qualify, the number 84, Casey Pahutsky. You may visit us at the end of the pit road. All right, Casey, this is your 3rd and final attempt to qualify. Best of luck. No shortage of speed on Casey Putski's warm-up lap. He was well over the 200-mile-an-hour mark the entire way through. Canadian driver of the number 84 machine for Lobo Rojo Racing coming across to complete his first lap. It's a 39.819. And it sort of looked like he had clipped the outside wall exiting turn 4 on his first lap. Let's see how he maneuvers the north end this time. Car sounds a little uneasy coming out of Ford there. Second lap is pretty close to the first. 500ths off. Not much fall off from the first lap, although he would definitely need to pick up some speed from here. Well under the 227.845 4-lap average speed on the bubble right now for Chad Frankenfield. It's a 39.898, 225.575 miles per hour on the third lap. Coming across for the fourth and final time at Hoosier 500 qualifying this year for Casey Pahutsky. Four-lap average comes to 225.701. It's an average time of 39.876, and he is 64th overall. All right, Casey, that was your third and final attempt. Fortunately, it was 64th overall. You have no additional attempts remaining. Your four-lap average was 225.701. that you're working on right now. Once you're done with your simulated run, the track will close as we have a new qualifications request. So Will Weiser, he has just put himself in to the field of 33, but he said he won't be able to qualify later on today. He didn't feel that confident about this time, so he's going to pull the time, give it one last shot, see what high water mark he can set for himself, and if the time could stand for the rest of the day. So a third and final attempt for Will Weiser right here at this year's Hoosier 500. So, Will Weiser on the clock now. Warm-up lap in the books. So since Will Weiser is out on the track, he officially withdrew his previous time. That means tentatively Logan Simmons is back in the field of 33 at the moment. And if you could believe it, identical first laps for Will Weiser between his attempt that he just made a few minutes ago. I guess it was about 30 minutes ago at this point, but just a few cars ago, exactly first lap the same. And what about the second lap? The second lap is faster. Second lap, a 39.426. He ran a 39.438 on his second lap last time out. So, a 12 thousandths improvement. 2 laps in the 2:28 range. He ran a respectable 39.550 on his 3rd lap last time. This one, a 39.529. So, it is better. He is faster. What can he do on lap 4? Again, we've talked. You have to be under the 39.7 second range on lap 4. That's what it's going to take today. He had a 39.676. Last time out, it put him into the field of 33. How does he finish? Coming off turn 4 for the final time, Will Weiser at the Hoosier 500. 39.671, so it's better still. So he picked up 100th, and that moves Will Weiser to 27th. The gamble pays off. He pulls his car out of the field of 33, makes an additional run, and he is back safely now, for the time being, into the fastest 33. Well done, Will. That run moved you from 32nd to 27th. Currently, your 27th fastest. A 4-lap average speed of 227.904 miles per hour. And that was your final qualifications attempt. So right now, you're tentatively in the field at 27th quick. Pretty impressive run there from Will Weiser. From yesterday, we've now seen Will improve twice on the 4th lap, and Chad Frankenfield as well. So teams know. Obviously, there's an importance on that lap. They're putting a lot of work into that. All right, drivers. Looks like there's no additional requests to qualify at this point in time, so we'll open the track back up for practice. So, action picking up once again with drivers heading back out onto the racetrack. Since Weiser stayed effectively in the field of 33, Frankenfield remains on the bubble. 227.845 miles per hour. All right, folks, we have a driver interested in making a qualifications attempt, so please finish your current lap and bring your car to the pit lane, and we'll get ready for another attempt in bump day qualifications. All right, everybody. Looks like the track is clear. We're set for another qualifications attempt. Number 79, Brian Carey, please present your car at the end of the pit lane. Stop at the pit exit line for further instruction. All right, Brian, just a reminder, you have 60 seconds to complete your out lap and do not go under 200 miles per hour on your warm-up lap. You are free to qualify. So with it's about 8 hours and 15 minutes left. And pole day qualifications, bump day qualifications. Brian Carey comes out to make his first attempt. This is the first driver here on bump day to make their initial attempt of the weekend. We figured there might be a few. Brian Carey's one of those. Brian, an established driver, driving for the powerhouse Powerslide Motorsports, so you'd expect this should be a relatively solid run. No issues with the out lap. Brian begins his warm-up lap. Canadian driver now picking up speed and getting ready for his first timed lap in Hoosier 500 qualifications this year. Very close to the wall. Yeah, he did hit the wall. Fortunately, that's going to bend this run for Brian Carey. Looked like he got close in between 1 and 2, and then he definitely hit it there on the exit of turn 3. So first attempt going to be wiped away for Brian Carey, but he's got 2 more to play with today. See if he can make the field of 33 at the Hoosier 500. All right, Brian, of course, that was your first attempt. You still have 2 attempts remaining for the rest of the day. So we're going to go back here and take a look at Brian's run. We'll go on board with him. It looked like he got the wall on the exit of turn 1. Let's see. The audio said he did, but I think that's a little bit more iRacing thinking he got close. I don't think he got the wall on the exit of turn 1. He could have if that caused, a little bit of suspension damage and an issue here in turn 3, because he obviously certainly hit it that time. So possibly he hit the wall on the exit of 1, and that compromised the car for the rest of the run. Very well could be the case. Nonetheless, still a decent amount of time left for Brian to get right and see if he can make his way into the field this year. All right, seeing as though there are no additional cars looking to qualify at this time, the track will reopen for practice. So as you see, we're back in action here with a qualifications attempt. Brian Carey, just before the close of this session. It's about 5 minutes left. Brian going to head out, make his second qualifying attempt. He's our most recent driver that was out to make an attempt. Unfortunately, hit the wall on on lap 1. So Brian out to make a second take at it. Brian making his way through his warm-up lap. He completes his warm-up lap in just a few seconds and on for his first time lap. Let's ride along with him. There's a little tight on the exit of 1 last time out. Nice and clean through there this time. And it was on the exit of turn 3 here on the lap, on first lap of his last run, where he clipped the wall. A little dodgy getting down, potentially down on the curb, upset the car a little bit, but he makes it through. Let's see where this first lap nets out. A 39.308, so certainly a respectable first lap. Just under 229 miles an hour. Second attempt for the Canadian driver driving for Powerslide Motorsports. Like a little bit better through. Ooh. Oh, it was a little bit better through turn 3, but he clips the curb in the inside of turn 4. Still a pretty solid lap at 39.43 seconds. But it would have been better without that. He had to hang on and chase it out to the wall a little bit on the exit of turn 4. Now the real fun begins. Lap 3. He's made it through turn 2. Right down to the curb. He's really using all of the track on the inside of the track. Well under the white line. Safely through 4. And we're on to bring it home. Last lap here. Carey has 2.5 miles left in this 4-lap qualifications attempt. A 39.536. The lap time on lap 3. And as we mentioned, see if he can get it under the 39.7 mark for lap 4. If he does that, he'll be in the field. Nice and smooth through the north end on that run. Brian Carey bringing it home. It's a 39.649 on the final lap. That does bump Brian Carey in to the field of 33. He is 27th fast. That bumps Chad Frankenfield out of the fastest 33 right now, and Noah Carmichael on to the bubble. All right, nicely done, Brian. That run puts you inside the top 33. Julian, we hadn't opened the track for practice, but I guess you can go ahead. Brian, your run is 27th fastest. And that'll wrap things up in this session. The session's closing. We get a fresh session every 2 hours. One, to just do the best we can to try to reset the track state. But also, in the event that there were a bunch of drivers to try and join any session, whether it was the first session, last session, don't ever want it to fill up. And we haven't gotten to a point where we had more than 60 or so drivers in a session, but it does happen from time to time. So what we're going to do, we're going to flip over to the other session, and we'll have about 7 hours and 45 minutes left in Bump Day qualifications. We have a new driver on the bubble, Noah Carmichael, 227.883 miles per hour. We'll see if he can stay there. We'll be right back with Swift Penguin Creations Bump Day coverage live on the PRI Hoosier 500 YouTube channel. All right, it appears there are no drivers looking to qualify at this time, so we're going to open the track back up for practice. An attempt to qualify has been requested, so please clear the track from practice. We are going to get ready for a qualifications attempt. Okay, we are prepared to resume qualifications. We'd like to call to the end of the pit lane, number 840, Vitor Guillermo. Meet me at the end of the pit lane and stop there, please. All right, you may proceed to qualify. This is your first attempt. Good luck. Unfortunately, Vitor, it appears that you went under 200 miles an hour on your warm-up lap. Unfortunately, your run has been invalidated. Vitor, you still have 2 attempts remaining for the rest of the weekend. Yeah, unfortunately, you went under 200 miles an hour on the warm-up lap. You cannot at any time go under that minimum speed. But the track is clear, and we are ready for your next attempt. You may now proceed to the end of the pit lane. All right, the track is all yours. This is your second attempt. So take 2 for the driver of the number 840 car, Vitor Guillermo from Brazil. Unfortunately, dipped below that 200-mile-an-hour threshold on the warm-up lap. But he's going to give it another go. Did get an assist from Julian Altena in the chat. Really let him know. It's 322 kilometers per hour. If you don't generally work in miles per hour. So Vitor giving it a second try. He's cleanly through the outlap. Giving a little bit more buffer on the warm-up speed this time around. Looks to be in pretty good shape there. And he's on to complete the rest of the warm-up lap on his way to his first time lap of the weekend. Coming across to complete the first lap for Vitor. Be interesting to see where he's at here. It's a 39.594 on the third lap. 227.307. Let's see where the fourth lap nets out. Can he stay under that 39.7 second fourth lap bracket? Fourth lap at the line. So it's a 39.782. And that will slot him in 50th thus far. Okay, Vitor, that puts an end to your second attempt. You're currently 50th on the leaderboard, a 4-lap average speed of 227.551 miles per hour. You have one attempt remaining for the weekend. Doesn't look like there are any additional drivers wishing to make a qualifications attempt at this time, so we'll open the track back up for practice. All right, folks, we have a qualifications attempt requested. Let's clear the track, and we'll prepare for the next run in qualifying. All right, folks. We're about to resume qualifications. Next up would be the 97 car of Sebastian Kinder. Sebastian, you can present your car on the pit lane and head to the end of pit road for further instruction. We are ready for you, number 97 car. You may go to the end of pit lane for your qualifications attempt. All right, Sebastian, this is your final qualifications attempt of the weekend. Best of luck to you. Have a good run. You're free to go. So, French driver Sebastian Kinder takes to the track. A little bit of connection issues here. Thankfully, it does come back. We did see that his car was past the line when the outlap timer expired, and he's maintained 200 miles an hour on the warm-up lap, so no issues there. And we are on into the final qualifications run for Sebastian Kinder. Warm-up lap is in the books. Let's ride along and see how things look on lap 1. Sebastian with a bit of a Castro Neves line. Left side tires just above the white line. Takes that car right down to the curb in turn 3. First lap for Sebastian. It's 39.372, so a little bit on the high end for the 39.3s. Back out to the wall. Smooth through 1 and 2. Kinder had gone a couple hundredths quicker on his fastest lap thus far in this session during practice. But it's a different ball game when you get out there to qualify. Lap number 2. 39.452. So a strong second lap. Not much fall off at all. And he's got both the first 2 laps in the 228 mile an hour range. Pretty smooth through turn 3. It does look like that car is turning itself pretty well. Be interesting to see how free it is on lap 4. Third lap in the books. I think it's pretty solid again. It's a 39.544. That's a mid 227 mile an hour lap. Right now he's at 228.102 miles per hour. The bump line is 227.883. So, depending on the 4th lap here, we'll see if Sebastian can hang on. It's going to be close. Doesn't scrub off too much speed. A little bit of RPM drop there on the exit of 4. Let's see where he's at. It's a 39.725. So unfortunately, just outside of where he needs to be, 227.714 miles an hour. And Sebastian Kinder, 43rd fastest thus far. All right, Sebastian, your third and final attempt is complete. You currently 43rd on the leaderboard. A 4-lap average speed of 227.714 miles per hour. Unfortunately, that was your final attempt at qualifications for this year. All right, next to qualify will be the number 38 of Carter McFall. Carter, please reset your car and then join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Carter, this is your first attempt. Remember, you got 60 seconds on the outlap, and you don't go under 200 miles an hour on the warm-up. So the 38 car of Carter McFall out on track for the first time this weekend. Another member of the Sim Racing Club at Purdue University. We'll see what he's got up his sleeve. Business is picking up a little bit. Got a couple additional cars in the qualifications queue, so we'll have a nice little run here. Just about 7 hours left in bump day qualifying here at the Hoosier 500 today. It's not bad. 39.386. The first lap for Carter McFall, so in the mid 228s. But he can't afford much fall off on lap 2, that's for certain. Ideally, you'd like to be in the high 228s to make the field. That'd be closer to a 39.35 or lower. That one's a 39.494 second lap, so he drops just a little over a tenth, about 11 hundredths. That's 227.883 miles per hour. So down to a 39.656 on the third lap for Carter McFall. So right now he's already below the bubble time of Noah Carmichael. Noah's speed, 227.883 miles per hour. Carter McFall, 227.779. So he does bring it home safely. Off turn 4 on the fourth lap, and a official attempt in the books for Carter McFall. .814, the final lap. Average speed 227.344 miles per hour for the run, and that slots Carter in 53rd overall. All right, Carter, for your first attempt, you're 53rd on the leaderboard. 4-lap average speed of 227.344. You have 2 attempts remaining for the rest of the day. Okay, the next car to qualify will be the number 67 of Jacob Smith. Jacob, you can present your car on the pit lane and join us at the end of the pit road. All right, Jacob, this is your second attempt. Good luck, and you are free to take to the track. So Jacob Smith comes around, completes the out lap, onto the warm-up lap. Second attempt of the weekend. Another driver from the Sim Racing Club at Purdue. Jacob was the fourth car out yesterday morning, just after 6:30 a.m. local time. Completes the warm-up lap and on to the first timed lap. Watch Jacob work for a little bit. Watch the hands, watch the RPMs. That's always the key here. It'll tell the story at Indianapolis. Quiet hands. Try to keep the RPMs high. That car pushing a little bit on the exit of turn 1. There's a 39.411 first lap. Ideally, you'd be in the 39.3s. So we'll see how Jacob makes out here on lap 2. Off of turn 4 smoothly. .552, so that wiggle, he's hanging on a little bit. A wiggle right there in turn 2. The wiggle on the previous lap in turn 1 definitely hurt him a little bit. And that one that we just saw in turn 2, that'll be a detractor as well. Not bad through turn 3 there. And tough corner exit for Jacob. Just ran out of room there. He's going to persevere. He's going to finish out the lap. But you felt it on the second lap for sure. He was having difficulty down there at the south end of the track. Just did not look comfortable. He had a couple moments in turn 1, a moment in turn 2. Makes for a challenging 4 laps. But Jacob Smith gets through it. He did improve his time. He was in the 60s previously, I believe. So 58th now on the leaderboard. We'll bring up his times right there. Okay, Jacob, that concludes your second attempt. You're currently 58th on the leaderboard, 226.853 miles per hour. You have one more attempt remaining for the rest of the day. All right, that brings the number 52 car, Noah Hindley. You may now take to the pit lane and join us at the pit exit line. All right, Noah, this is your second qualifications attempt. The track is yours. Best of luck. Noah Hindley was 59th upon withdrawing his previous time. Let's see if he can improve on that on this run. Unfortunately, no, we are going to have to waive off your attempt as you went underneath the 200-mile-an-hour minimum on the warm-up lap. All right, Noah, unfortunately, did have to call your run short for going under the 200-mile-an-hour minimum lap speed on the warm-up lap there in turn 1. But you do have one more attempt remaining for the rest of qualifications if you choose to use it. All right, the next driver to qualify, that would be the number 15 of Chad Frankenfield. Chad, please reset and then join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Chad, this is your third and final attempt of the event. Best luck to you. The track is yours. Chad withdraws the 34th quickest time. He was just outside the field of 33. The run he set earlier this morning that provisionally put him in the field. He weathered the storm for a couple of hours. Actually, it's been about 4 hours to this point. 4 hours, right down to the minute. In fact, that Chad made his second qualifications attempt. That put him in the field. Let's see if he can work his way back in. Driver for Little Eagle Racing out of Pennsylvania. Owner of the Elite Racing League and the Elite Racing Network, where you can find episodes of Today at the 500, covering the Hoosier 500. Off to turn 4, completing his warm-up lap. And the final run for Chad Frankenfield at this year's 500 begins now. Chad, in an interview following his morning run, told us he actually has the biggest trouble with the first lap of all the laps in the run. Just has a tough time, he said, feeling comfortable with the car. The car's a little tight for his liking, where he likes the car a bit more free. He has a tough time extracting the first lap speed he thinks he should get out of it. Let's see what he does here. That's a solid start, a 39.320, up in the high 228s. Just short of 228.9 miles per hour. So a good first lap. It's 0.02 of a second better than the first lap that he put on the board earlier this morning. Lap 2. Clean off of turn 4. Good start for the 15 car. It's a 39.424. It's actually 0.04 of a second better than his second lap earlier today. So Chad on the pace. 2 laps solidly within the 228 mile an hour range. Dives it down into turn 3 on lap 3. This is when the nerves set in as a driver. You know you're on a solid run. Really left a lot of room on corner exit there in turn 4. It's a 39.528. It is better than his third lap this morning. So Chad Frankenfield on a great run here. 4-lap average speed thus far, 228.287 miles per hour. On the morning run, he had a 39.677 as the 4th lap. Let's see where he slots out here. Final corner of the event in qualifications for Chad Frankenfield. And he's off the pace. It appears he ran out of fuel coming out of turn 4. Oh my goodness. A stunning turn of events. Coming out of turn 4, it sounded like he was a bit off the pace and looked down, and it appeared that Chad ran out of fuel. We're going to have to get confirmation to see exactly what happened, but I do not think that car was under power coming across the start-finish line. All right, Chad, that does mark the end of your third attempt. 52nd fastest on the leaderboard. And that was your final attempt to qualify for this year's Hoosier 500. Wow. Tough break there for Chad. We're going to have to go back and look and see exactly what happened. We'll ride along on that 4th lap. At this time, it doesn't appear that there are any cars interested in making a qualifications attempt, so we are going to open up the track for practice. Track is open for practice. All right, so let's go back and see exactly what happened with Chad on the 4th lap. We're going to follow him around this full lap. This is the start of the 4th lap. He was pacing quite well. Clean through turns 1 and 2. Down through turn 3. Now let's listen in. Wow. That's tough. When you hear the RPM starting to drop out and there's not a whole lot else you can do, the finish line's in sight, just a couple hundred yards away. I guess a few hundred yards away, but wow. Off of turn 4, I think Chad was in a pretty good spot. Just doing a little math, had Chad run the same 4th lap on this latest run, we won't ever know exactly how that lap would have shaken out, obviously. But had he ran the identical 4th lap to the run he made this morning, he would have ended up with a 39.487 4-lap average time. That currently would have slotted him in at 28th. So it certainly would have put him well inside the field. Again, no guarantees that that time would stand throughout the day. Still just under 7 hours worth of qualifications left on bump day here, but a tough break for the driver of the number 15 car, Chad Frankenfield. He was on a great run there. All right, everybody, we do have a request for a qualifications attempt. So if you could, please find your way back to the pit lane, and we will resume qualifications. All right, next to qualify is the 54 of Hunter Smith. Hunter, you may reset your car and then join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Hunter, this is your second attempt. Best of luck. The track is yours. Hunter Smith taking to the track makes it back-to-back Little Eagle Racing entries. Hunter was 45th before withdrawing his previous time and making this attempt. Driver from Indiana out on the track now, working his way through the outlap. Hunter works his way off of turn 4. And he's going to begin his 4-lap qualifications attempt. Second one of the weekend for Hunter Smith. .355 the first lap for Hunter Smith. It's 228.688 miles per hour. .39.465 the second lap for Hunter, so still in the 228 mile an hour range. Can't afford much fall off from here. .39.539 on the third lap. So, not a ton of fall off. And this one will be close as well. Let's see how Hunter can manage the fourth lap here. We ride along on board. Across the line, it's a 39.699, 227.764 miles an hour for Hunter Smith on his second attempt. He does improve, but it's up to 36th, so he's still just outside the cut line right now. All right, Hunter, that brings an end to your second attempt. You did improve to 36th, still just outside the cut line just by a little bit. Your 4-lap average, 227.764. You have one attempt remaining for the weekend. So it appears for now there are no additional cars looking to qualify. So we'll open the track for practice. All right, folks, welcome back to Bump Day Qualifications presented by Swift Penguin Creations. 6 hours and 30 minutes left in Bump Day qualifying. Noah Carmichael, the driver on the bubble right now, 227.883 miles per hour. And the track is open for practice currently. We're joined by a friend in the booth, Gary Godso. Hops in. How you doing today, Gary? Welcome to Bump Day at the Hoosier 500.
I cannot believe I live in the world where Indiana Hoosiers are the Big Ten football champions right now.
That is pretty surreal. I mean, what a turnaround. Kurt Signetti, the job that he's done with that program is just you literally can't say enough. Pretty cool for Hoosier fans and fun to be in the state with the turnaround like this on the plate.
We're kind of celebrating the month of May right here in December, and then we get a little extra with IU winning the Big Ten championship game against Ohio State for the first time since the 80s. A lot of you listening, a lot of the competitors that are in the lineup weren't even born then. I was still around. I was around then, but so it's good to be here. Day 2 of qualifying. I'm just looking up and down the lineup. I kind of hit you with some IMs saying, this guy shows up that hasn't made an attempt yet. If I'm on the last row right now, if I'm one of the end guys, and that's Nate and Noah, Nathan, and Nick on the last row, I'm sweating bullets right now because I know Henry Bennett is going to be fast.
Yeah.
Hollenball, if he comes out, he has a satellite setup. A satellite team driver, Chad Simpson's already well within the top 15. He's going to be fast. And then who's going to be that other? Is it going to be an Adam Crane also from Satellite? Is it going to be somebody else that we don't know about yet? I think that entire last row is. I would be out there practicing right now. I'd be sweating bullets. They're completely not safe.
Yeah, we're riding along right now with Henry Bennett. He's been in the session. He's been out on track through the early parts of this afternoon doing some testing, so you can definitely tell he is preparing to make a run. And this is a driver, as Gary mentioned, one of the best on our service, albeit may have been away for a little bit. Gary might have had a little tidbit on that he shared with us a little while ago. But one of the absolute best drivers, a driver that's competed in this race and been a contender in the top 10 at the Hoosier 500 before. You definitely would expect Henry Bennett to take one of these spots away from a driver inside the top 33 right now.
Yeah, he's a former Elite Racing League IndyCar Series champion, multi-time champion over there. Multi-time champion and official iRacing official, the old Indy Fixed, which is now the Indy Oval. He just recently, I was helping broadcast the race that he was doing with the Classic IndyCar Series, which races the old Legacy Dallara IR05 or IR09, depending on how you look at it. But it's the old car with the big airbox over the cockpit, and he started up front there and had a good day until taken out through a wreck. But he doesn't race as much as he used to, but anytime an old 007 gets in a car, and now he's 700 today, but I know he runs 007 a lot in that British Racing Green car, which is the only racing green you should be running, by the way. Any other racing green is bad luck. But
bad luck, yeah.
He's on the team he's on, and just his pedigree in general, that he will definitely make this field. So that's 33rd out of the way. So 32nd and 31st now, who you got to be looking up and down in the entry list and see that who has the setup that could probably beat me. And then I think about at that point Matt Hollenball, if he decides to come out. He's a former winner here in the Elite Racing League, and he's a former champion in the Elite Racing League. So we know he has a pedigree and he's on a team. So the entire last row is not safe, but it wouldn't be a high caliber IndyCar race for the community if we did not have Henry Bennett in it, though.
Well, right on cue, Gary. Henry Bennett has requested a spot in the qualifications queue. So we're going to go ahead. Drivers, if you may, we have a request to qualify. So please clear the track of all cars out there practicing. We're going to prepare for our next qualifications run. Also right on cue, Gary, Matt Hollabaugh just joined this session, so perhaps he's getting ready as well. I think their ears are burning is what's happening.
And I saw some attempts today. I saw what happened with Chad running out of fuel, I think.
Yep.
And that's a little unfortunate. And I think, does he have another attempt, or is that it for him?
That was the final attempt. That's what makes it so heartbreaking.
So that is, 3 and done. So not much left in the box here for Little Eagle and the 4D Alliance. They've been kind of struggling to kind of come up with lineup. Got Henry Bennett with the fastest lap of the day overall. Ryan Campbell, your donut friend from last night. He is a second fastest in practice in terms of his speed. But Logan Simmons, there's another name. He, just a couple of weeks ago, 23 hundredths of a second, just lost the Classic IndyCar Series Indy 500 to Cameron Dance, who also is trying to attempt to qualify for this thing. And he was looking to get a win there and just got edged out at the line. And we know that he has some open setup experience. And I suspect that he will make another attempt later today, too. So he's currently has the third fastest lap of the day at a 2:28.8. Whether that was in qualifying or practice, I don't know. But I think it was just practice. But that's some good pace. So we see Henry now, and we'll turn the microphone over to you so you can get him out of here. Now Henry is off.
Sending Henry out,
for his warm-up, and then we get a full-speed lap before we take green. So it feels like we got Dave Calabro and Alan Bestwick up here doing the track PA now.
Couple long-time figures at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for sure.
Dave Calabro just got hired by Channel. Again, showing my age. I remember when he just got hired.
He had a great run there, too. So Henry Bennett, first time out for the Hoosier 500 this year. He's been a part of each one to this point. His best finish was third, I believe, at the first Hoosier 500. Indeed, it was third. He started fifth, finished third, formerly known that race back then as the Open Wheels 500, now the Hoosier 500. Hasn't been able to find his way into the top 10 since then, but he's qualified for this race every single year. To your point, Gary, this is a gentleman that you'd expect to be in the fastest 33.
And the best, if I'm correct, the best that he can qualify today is 27th, right? If he's the fastest qualifier, that's the fastest qualifier right now of the day.
It depends though. It's only the people that have bumped their way in.
I know Kerry went today, and I see him 27th.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so if we bring up the lineup, just Brian Carey, he is 27th overall on the speed chart, but there is one tab over on the standings lineup sheet. So that shows Noah Carmichael, for example. He is our man on the bubble right now, but he is still standing on his day one time.
Yeah, he'll get bumped.
So he is the one that is actually 31st in the starting grid. Our two drivers who have made runs today, they are at the very end. So Brian, for example, is 32nd. So it would be a tall task. Henry, at best, I guess in this case, could be 31st.
Yeah.
If Noah got bumped out.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how many more people, to your point, bump their way back in. Is there a Hollabaugh, an Adam Crane? You know, where does that line start to climb up the grid, basically, where if you did make a day two qualifications attempt later in the day and more people have bumped their way in, maybe it's not as penalizing.
I think lap 1 was a 39 291. Lap 2 is a 39 410. So lap 1 is a 229 flat. Lap 2 228.3. And I'm showing a 2-lap average of 228.7 at this point. Should be a white flag this time. Don't want to Marcus Ericsson it.
No, not at all. We have had that earlier in qualifications.
We've talked about it a number of times that the 10-mile run is the quickest run that you'll do, and also, but it lasts while you're in the car performing the run.
Absolutely.
It just seems like it lasts forever, and you'll come around the corner. My experience is coming around the corner is like, God, I'm so exhausted, and I'm like expecting the white flag, and then you look down, it's like, you've just completed lap 2, and you're like, oh, I don't have 2 more laps to go.
8 more corners at that point in time.
39.478 for lap 3, coming for the checkered flag to complete his run and surely cement his spot in the lineup. Henry Bennett, 6:07 on lap 4. 228.157. 228.157 for the 4-lap average.
And that puts Henry 17th, fastest in the overall speed charts. Obviously, as we mentioned earlier, that's not exactly where he'd start, but if we're just looking at the fastest 33, Henry Bennett firmly in the mix, right there in the middle of the field. I would personally say that that's a run that's probably safe.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a mighty tough order to knock him out. and I think Kerry's in too, so I think Kerry will be a mighty tough one to also knock out, and they're probably using a very similar setup. And I see Matt Hollenball actually getting drawn up on the grid here, getting ready to do some practice.
All right, Henry, congratulations. Your attempt is 17th quickest, 4-lap average speed of 228.157 miles per hour. We do not have any additional attempts to qualify at this time, so the track is open for practice.
Ball out there with Satellite Racing. First year running for them. And his teammate, Chad Simpson, currently sits 12th on the provisional grid. And that's, I say provisional grid. He's 12th locked in.
Yeah, by all intents and purposes.
Yeah, 12th is locked in.
We would have some wild stuff happen to get to that point.
You would have to have a massive temperature drop.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Everybody to the track now. So what that did on that last run, that bumped Noah Carmichael out of the top 33.
And so that puts Lucci and Paris, the next 2 slowest cars.
That's right.
32nd, 33rd. A little bit about each one of them. Lucci in the 68. He's with the Sim Racing Club at Purdue, and they brought a pretty decent contingent.
They did.
But unfortunately, none of them really have a lot of speed, but I would never put it past an engineer.
That's right.
to hit on something in the 11th hour, and all of a sudden we see this is the only glory Purdue's getting it this week, by the way.
Tough weekend for a Purdue fan, it might be.
And Hollenball full sends it into turn 1.
Vicious crash.
Into the wall. Noah Carmichael is back out, though, feeling the motivation. But, yeah, the Sim Racing Club at Purdue, I think, brought about 4 drivers to the lineup. And I would suspect that they will continue tweaking into the last possible minute. But it's cool. That's another thing that I'm beginning to see more and more of is there's a sim racing club at Purdue. I know there's one at Ball State now. There a lot of these universities now have these sim clubs that they participate in. So that's a very, very cool thing. Of course, there's the college NASCAR esports league in iRacing. So we don't have that on the IndyCar side of things, but we might have to fix that. I don't know.
And going through the entry list, there are actually 10 entries from the Sim Racing Club at Purdue. Now, I don't think all of them have shown up to make a qualifications attempt, but a good handful have. And to your point, Nick is the one that has the most speed so far. You talk about the engineers. Jackson Loving ran a first lap that was slower than his second lap. He ended up going faster on lap 2, which is obviously pretty unusual given the current conditions with the IndyCar on iRacing. And I did sit there for a moment and think, okay, maybe these engineers have something up their sleeve. It ultimately didn't work out, but we do appreciate them bringing a really strong contingent of drivers to this year's Hoosier 500.
And in the 12 car, Nathan Paris, he's with WSR Esports, and that's a good squad. They just unfortunately don't have numbers with them. Another driver that is in their orbit is Daniel Ferguson, and then Ferg I've seen in some races before just storm from the back to the front. So I know has pace in at least a fixed setup sense. In an open setup sense, they might be struggling to find that extra pace. But WSR Esports is a definitely a good and organized squad that has drivers that has pace to them. And I would suspect that they're going to probably get out there and try to find a little bit more pace. But Hollenball back out on the racetrack, and then Noah Carmichael still trying to find a little bit of extra speed out there. Carmichael fastest lap in the day so far is a 2:28.6. What's the minimum speed we're thinking that who is let me think here, look at the 227.887, which is interesting. Lucci and Paris have identical 4-lap averages to at least 3 decimal spots. They're at 227.887. So it's going to take a 228.8, or excuse me, a 227.9 or better to get your way into the field on a 4-lap average.
Yeah,
and that will for sure get you past those bottom 2, and then we start looking at Edwards, Lodato, and Weiser, which are 3 longtime community guys, 2 with a pretty good squad, and Lodato with a good squad as well. But they'll be looking for more speed. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. Yeah, it actually looks like we're gonna get ready for Jordi Vermeulen to make an attempt. All right, drivers, it looks like we have a request to qualify, so we're going to clear the track from all practice activity. If you're out on track, please bring your car to the pit lane, and we'll get ready for another qualifications attempt. It looks like I was taking a look at, obviously, Nick and Nathan down at 32nd and 33rd, tied. That's out even to the 4th decimal point.
Wow.
So
amazing.
very, very interesting there. The tiebreaker is whoever has the fastest lap out of their 4-lap qualifying run. So that's why Nick Lucci is listed as 32nd, and Nathan Paris would be listed as 33rd. Obviously, both of them have to be feeling really nervous, knowing that there's, again, still some heavy hitters out there. But let's get ready to get the 23 car out onto the racetrack. All right, we are ready to continue qualifications now with the driver of the number 23 car, Jordi Vermeulen. You may bring your car to the end of the pit lane and meet us at the pit exit to start your qualifications attempt. All right, the track is yours. This is your 2nd attempt of the weekend. Good luck. Second attempt for the driver, the number 23. He qualified early on Saturday morning, just before 7 a.m. local time here in Indianapolis. Made it to the 4th lap and crashed in turn 3. probably still had some speed to make up. So, looks like he went back to the drawing board for more than 24 hours. He's making his second attempt here on bump day, and he'll have one more attempt left in his back pocket if need be for the rest of the day.
It'll go green next time by. So sometimes I go down, I start thinking about stuff when it comes to IndyCar history, and I just know there's certain stats not being tracked, and I have to go down the rabbit hole to find out certain things. And I'll ask ChatGPT, and normally ChatGPT is wrong.
Right.
We're talking, we're filling the last row, and everyone might think that, the last row, there's a negative stigma to the last row, and in this case, the last row is a very positive thing, because frankly that means you made the biggest IndyCar race of the 2025 calendar year on iRacing, and there's thousands and thousands of people that race this particular car on iRacing every year, especially come the month of May when they want to do one of the official 500s. There is no shame whatsoever on being on the last row. The only thing that I could throw at you on the last row is there's never been at least a real-world IndyCar winner that has come from the last row. Come close.
Yep.
Tom Sneva finished second from the last row in 1980. That involved a disqualification or a penalty given to Pancho Carter, who actually finished second, but then got a penalty for passing the pace car in that race. And then that went to Tom Sneva. But, of course, the famous 92 race between Scott Goodyear and Al Unser Jr. there at the end. Scott Goodyear didn't qualify 33rd, but he started 33rd. But just the number of people that have started on that last row, some just really, really big things. Do you know, a lot of people don't know this, that 1981, an IndyCar champion on the last row started next to a future NASCAR Winston Cup champion. Mario Andretti started next to Tim Richmond on the last row in 1981. There's no shame about being on the last row.
Yeah.
Now, as near as I can tell, Buddy Lazier has the most last row starts since 1980. He has 4. But again, former Indy 500 winner, former IndyCar champion, and he's making the race.
Yep.
So, there's nothing wrong with that. But I just found some interesting stats last night that I just wanted to bring up while we're talking about, getting into the last row.
No, certainly it's particularly in races like these. Obviously, the old adage goes, you got to be there to have a chance. And even from the back, I think I know you're a Joseph Newgarden fan. It would have been interesting to see had he made it to the end of the race this past May.
He was on pace.
I mean, by all account, it looked like he was going to certainly be in the mix in that last fuel run.
First lap for Jordy here, a 39.4, 228.3. Unfortunately, that first lap is not really going to be enough, but he just needs to actually put a full lap run in to kind of see, since his first 4-lap run was incomplete. Second lap, 39.493 at 227.8. Then a 39.6, 227.2, and he's coming for the checkered flag to get a banker in. Maybe he for sure will go later today. To complete his run, but not going to be fast enough to get him in the field, but it's going to be fast enough to at least build a little confidence.
He does see the end, which he did not see the checkered flag in his first attempt. So back to the drawing board, found a little bit of consistency to at least get the car to last through the 10 miles. All right, Jordy, that's the conclusion of your second attempt. You are 55th quickest on the leaderboard right now, 4-lap average speed of 227.329 miles per hour. It does not appear that we have any cars ready to qualify at this time, so we are going to open the track up for practice. We have about 12 minutes to go until the cutoff for doing a qualifications run in this particular session, so we will practice for now. If no runs are requested in the next 12 minutes, then we'll hop over to the next session.
going to be interesting tomorrow when we have our first full field practice. Who is actually going to show up, and how much work are they going to actually put into the session, really? I think, personally, if it's me doing tomorrow, I don't know how much these setups are going to go out the window come sometime Tuesday.
Right.
I would certainly get out there and practice green flag pit stops, because it's one thing we've seen in the history of whether it be the championship lineage of open wheel or now going forward the Hoosier 500. We don't get a lot of cautions. That just simply does not happen very much here.
Yeah. No, it's it always seems that there's somebody in the mix that bites, during whether it's this race here or the Indianapolis 500 in real life. For the casual fan, it would seem to be not that much of an issue, but for people that are around the sport or been around the sport for a while, fans of the sport, that's it's not easy at all, actually. I mean, you're coming into the pit lane as hard as you can. You're not trying to give up anything to your competitors. Your tires are not in great shape. A lot of times also, you're pulling off of the clean line across the track into the dirty line to get to the pit lane.
Car's light.
The car is light. Yeah, that's totally different as well. So, as you mentioned, there's a lot of factors in play that make it wise to at least get out and do some pit stop practice, and also pit stop practice with other cars around, because it's very distracting too if you're coming into the pit lane with another driver maybe 200 yards in front of you or less.
You don't want to end up in their attenuator, and you don't want them to end up in your attenuator. That's going to be a bad time. We've seen that in real IndyCar racing. I believe one of the few cautions we had in 2021 wasn't it Stephen Wilson or Pippa Mann coming to pit road and having a problem on pit road.
Yeah.
It happens in real life too. Although it won't kick off a caution if it happens in iRacing.
No.
Because you're off the racing line, yeah.
No, and I think we did have in the first Hoosier 500 back in 2019, I think Dakota DiCienzo had a pretty catastrophic wreck into the pit lane, which would have made for a bad day at the Indy 500 in real life. I think he got back into the catch fence that was behind the pit boxes that separates the Tower Terrace grandstand from the pit lane. So, thankfully, that was in the sim, and thankfully Dakota's wreck happened on pit lane, because as you mentioned, a lot of times incidents down there don't go yellow in iRacing, and we did not go yellow there, so we kept action moving.
And for the average person that's watching this, it's like, well, why are these cars are so hard to stop and slow down? I watch them on road course races at Long Beach, going down Lake, the drive there. I almost said Lakeshore Drive. It's not right, but which is whatever the main straight there at Long Beach is. From 180 plus down to, 25, 30 miles per hour just to make that turn one turn, maybe faster than that. And you're like, how could they do that there, but they can't come down from 200 to, its pit road speed limit 60 miles per hour here at Indianapolis. And one of the things is, and you don't really see it in the car, but it is in the sim, is in the real world in the car, the brake discs that you have at places like Long Beach or Road America or Mid-Ohio or just any one of the road courses are much different than what you would have on an oval. The brake discs here for super speedway racing, very thin, very much smaller. They just have to stop the car 4 or 5 times during the race, actually about 5 or 6 times during the race. That's about it. Other than that, they really don't touch the brake. And that's all they need the brake discs for. The brake discs there are not to grab the car and to stop them so they can turn. It's just basically there to slow them down in a straight line. And it's not as easy as it sounds by adding brake. Everything that Tanner talked about makes sense.
Got a handful of drivers out on the track practicing right now. Jordy Vermeulen is one. Kyle Clenworth is on the pit lane. Ryan Campbell is on the pit
Lucas
lane.
Lodato making an appearance out there. So he now is starting to think ahead.
Lucas right now 30th on the speed charts. So as you said, he's kind of looking around the corner, perhaps not quite comfortable.
He's a day one qualifier, so he's provisionally 30th right now, I guess.
He is 30th, and in the lineup, he's still faster than 3 other cars that are standing on day one times. So right now, he would start 27th, 30th fastest overall, and we just got a request to qualify. Number 2, Matt Hollabaugh, so we're going to get him set to run.
Here we go. Fastest lap he turned in practice, 2:28.9.
That's solid. That'll often get the job done. All right, drivers, we have a request to qualify. So anybody who's out on the track right now, please bring your car to the pit lane. And we'll get ready for qualifications.
I believe Matt won one of our top split broadcasts over on P1 here at Indy in a thrilling race.
Just getting a look at the spreadsheet right now. Jordi Vermeulen also jumps in line.
That'll be his final attempt.
And actually, this is a second attempt for Matt Hollabaugh. He had a little wall accident on the first time lap, or I'm sorry,
Yeah, I think he did go yesterday. You're right.
it was his warm-up lap. Not sure what the issue was there. I know he was dealing with some weather problems in his area. All right, Matt. We are ready for you to reset, take to the pit lane, and meet us at pit exit for your second qualifications attempt. All right, the
Again,
track is yours. Best of luck.
His teammate is provisionally 12th on the starting grid there. So if you look there in the tree to the left, that's Simpson. That's one of his teammates. This team is in an alliance with Indy Alliance Racing and Rogue Racing. So right behind Simpson is Ryan Campbell, who I believe had the second overall fastest lap on pole day. Second overall. I think the fastest total lap. I saw marked as what our pole setter has.
That's right.
Robert
Yeah.
Malechka, King Robert. King Robert looking to win the fixed top split, the open top split, and I guess that would be the Indy. Would that be the Indianapolis Motor Speedway iRacing Triple Crown?
Yeah.
The, fixed top split, open top split, and the PRI Hoosier 500 win.
That would be a first for sure. I don't think anybody has done that just yet, so that would be a pretty superb accomplishment.
I know Kraus has a win here, and Kraus has a win in at least one of my broadcasted splits. We typically over on P1 will broadcast whatever top split that isn't going to be broadcast by iRacing. We typically do the Friday open or Friday fixed, and then I think the open races are on Saturday and Sunday. I know he had one with us, but I don't know if he won the the big broadcast one. That's the one that counts, the big
Yeah.
broadcast. Nothing against my channel. I just recognize I know where the attention is.
There's quite a bit of aura around that Saturday afternoon time slot, that's for sure.
Okay, first lap. Three, 2, 4.
Solid.
2:28.8. Plenty fast. Keep this up. Manage those tires. Lap 2. Not a lot of fall off. Very consistent. 3.99 versus his 3.24 on the first lap. 2:28.4. Two-lap
Very
average,
impressive.
2:28.6. .501 for lap 3. 39.501, 227.8. So lap 3, he's already at the point that he needs to be faster than at least one of the guys in 32nd or 33rd there.
Yeah. I also took a quick look. Matt's run so far, he's got the fastest second and third laps of the entire day so far, so he is definitely on the pace.
And checkered flag for the satellite racing driver. Very consistent run. He goes from a 39.324 on lap 1 to a 39.600 on lap 4, 227.2 for the last lap, and a 228.102 4-lap average. That should get him into the field and bump out one of. Going to bump out.
Unfortunately, it's Paris that gets
Paris,
bumped
yeah.
in this case. Nathan Paris drops down to 34th. Congratulations, Matt. Nice run. That puts you 21st fastest overall. That bumps Nathan Paris out of the field presently, and Nick Lucci is on the bubble, currently in 33rd. Matt, you've got one more attempt remaining if you so choose to use it. Next up, the number 23, Jordi Vermeulen. You may present your car on the pit lane and join us at the end of pit lane for your final attempt.
So this will be his third and final.
All right, Jordy, the track is yours. Best of luck. This is your final run.
So if I understand right now, the provisional last two rows right now it's Edwards and Lucci, which are day 1 qualifiers, and we have Bennett fastest of today in the 30th position.
That's correct.
Hollenball second fastest of the day. He's in 31st in row 11. Carey is 32nd in the middle of that row, and Will Weiser, who went earlier today, is the slowest of today, but he won't get. He actually will be on the bubble at some point if we get far enough, but he's 227.904. So Lucci's on the bubble with a 227.887. Then it's Edwards at the 227.897. Then it's Lodato at a 227.900. Then it would be Will Weiser. Then would be, I guess, the next car bumped out. I'm guessing if I'm understanding that correct.
Yep, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. So we do have a little bit of buffer to Will Weiser, so he could feel okay at the moment. And there's not a ton he can do about it anymore also, because he is exhausted each of his 3 attempts, so he is a spectator merely at this
last
point.
bullet's been fired, yeah.
And that's what the driver from the Netherlands, Jordi Vermeulen, is doing right now. On the pace, his first lap of his 3rd qualifications attempt.
Ari Lyondike and Rinus VK have started on the last row at Indianapolis before.
Some good company from some countrymen.
Yep. $39.389, which is faster than his lap 1 in his last attempt just a few minutes ago. 228.4 versus a 228.3.
His fall off between laps 1 and laps 3 was honestly not that bad. He did lose 2.5 tenths on the 4th lap, and that really cratered his run. So we'll see how it shakes out on this attempt.
5.35 on that lap, 227.6. That's a pretty big fall off.
That was a pretty big jump right there, 1/10.5 on that lap. Which, especially if you go quicker on your first lap, particularly if your setup or what you've been doing, you're not quite used to that, that could easily put you behind on the in-car tools for lap 2 for sure.
Mark Murphy checking in the chat saying this day is going to get a lot more wild. That's there's someone that spent some time on the bubble here.
That's right.
All right, session's over, so we're going to let this run finish up. Not sure what that last lap is.
Well, and I think actually I should have sent Jordy in the next session, because now that the session concluded.
Okay. Well, never mind.
We are going to give him another attempt, though, because it did not time that 3rd lap. I actually entered that in, but it was not timed there. So we're going to have Jordy kick off the next session. That run won't count because iRacing cut off the timing at the end of the run. And generally, I usually don't send them with less than 5 minutes left, but transparently, I didn't see the clock that low. So,
and we're only semi-pros at this. We're not professionals.
Okay, Jordy. The session was coming to a close, so what we'll do is we will have you requalify at the beginning of the next session. So if you could hop over to the new session, head on over, and we will get you in the front of the line in the next session, which should be open now. All right, so we gonna hop on over to the new session. Just under 6 hours remaining in bump day. We're making our way, chugging along. We're back and ready to roll. Sorry about that, Jordy, but we will have you present your car at the head of the pit lane. And this will be your final qualifications attempt. All right, the track is yours for your third and final attempt. Best of luck. So Jordy Vermeulen makes his way out onto the speedway. He is the 122nd qualifications attempt of this year's Hoosier 500.
How many different drivers have made one attempt?
Sorry, what was that?
How many drivers have made one attempt, or at least one attempt? So how many people, of the 128 that we had registered, how many have showed up to make an attempt?
Yeah, so right now, the report that I have to look at quickly shows at least attempts, drivers that have an official attempt. So there might be a couple that aren't counted in this number that maybe did one attempt and crashed and didn't get a time to their name. But of the drivers that have an official attempt registered, we're at 72 now.
Wow.
So pretty decent showing. You always expect with a big entry list that there'll probably be a good amount of no-shows, especially with the entry period that opens so far in advance. But pretty happy with the turnout that we've gotten at qualifications weekend this last couple days.
$39,424, which is slower than his opening lap and his first official attempt, I guess, or his last official attempt.
Right. Off by just about 100th. Jordy brings it across the apex of turn 4, back out to the wall and to the start-finish line.
100th. It's about the width of the end plane on the front wing.
Wow, I did not know that. That's a nice, that's a nice
give
bit
or
of
take.
trivia
I
there.
think that's about what it is. Yeah.
Which is pretty incredible. We all know that hundredths matter in this form of racing, and for the margins to be that small, particularly at times over the course of 10 miles, we've even got drivers that have run identical 10-mile lap times.
Lap 2 and 3 is 39.524, 227.7, and then the lap 3 39.635, a 227 flat. Currently, the 4-lap average is 227.689. Unfortunately, it looks like actually he might be trying, depending on what he does in his last lap. His 4th lap last time on his last attempt was pretty subpar for him.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he actually turns this into. $7.55. So he actually turns this attempt around and was a 2:27.329 on his first attempt, or his last recorded attempt. Remember, his first attempt he did not complete. And then his third and final is a 2:27.362. So he improves just a little bit, which that's good in one sense, but
Right.
not good in another because it's just not enough, unfortunately.
All right, Jordy, that is the completion of your third and final attempt. You did improve slightly, and you moved up 2 positions. You're currently 55th on the leaderboard right now. That was your final attempt of the weekend. So it doesn't appear that we have any drivers in the qualifications queue right now, so we will go ahead and open the track for practice once again.
See a lot of names currently loaded into the session that haven't loaded into their cars yet, but Logan Simmons looking to get a little bit more pace. Got some people that are in the field that are looking to maybe do some practice just to see if they have a little bit extra there, that they need to use it. Casey Povolonis, he's in the session. Clindy, he's in this session, although I think Clindy at this point now, with who we think is left to qualify that has pace, might actually be safe. But you never know. At Indianapolis, you can never really count your chickens until you're really everything is done and you hear that gun go off for qualification day. Craig Forsyth looking to get a little faster. He's out there as well. Ryan Campbell, I don't know. He's in the field and he's pretty comfortable.
I would say he's safe.
Yeah, I think maybe they might be. It could be also Clindy and Campbell teammates could be doing some maybe some race setup here, taking advantage of this practice. Maybe again, I don't know how much race setup you could do when we know we got a new car coming on Tuesday. So maybe just do some green flag pit stops. I don't know. Craig Forsyth is out there. I mentioned Presley Sora looking to get a little bit faster. The Arca Menard driver. There's Casey Povolonis is out there. He's currently provisionally 26th, I believe, on the chart there.
So just heading down the list of qualification attempts that we have had so far, I count. Looks like we have 7 drivers that have used all of their qualification attempts so far. It started yesterday. Marco Brazil ran his final run just before 5:40 p.m. Eastern Time. Unfortunately, he dipped under the 200-mile-an-hour minimum speed mark on that final run and did not get to see it through. Today, we've had 6 drivers go out, complete their third and final qualifications attempt. Of those drivers, Will Weiser is the only one who, on their third attempt, was able to find their way into the field. Now, Chad Frankenfield, by all accounts and purposes, to that point in his run, was looking like he would be part of the 33. Unfortunately, he comes off of turn 4. The engine sputters. He loses RPMs, and it appeared that, heartbreakingly, he ran out of fuel. So Chad likely would have been in there.
That's just showing you how real the pressure is. that they're willing to put a couple of drops less in the car just to make the weight a little bit lighter and to go a little bit faster. These are everything. The pressure is real. I'll tell you. I was in in another team's chat room yesterday. Is kind of gauging their the general feel and the attitude of kind of what's going on, and there were some legit, really nervous people in there. And then, when one of them put up a big qualification run, they came back into the room yelling like they won the race.
Big team effort.
Yeah, so the pressure is real. Don't. This is not a video game. Yes. If you look at the end of the day, somebody's parents are looking at this going, this is just a video game. So, yeah, you are playing on a computer. But, no, the pressure is real. It is real. It is a simulation, and it is real. So give these guys a lot of credit who are sitting on nerves to try to make this field. The pressure is real. I guess to look at the while we're waiting here, it's watching cars on Noah Carmichael goes fastest in practice. Just to remind everyone, row 1 is Robert Malechka, Alexander Russell, and Phil Kraus, your defending champion. Row 2 is Jason Brophy, Alex Van de Sant, Hugo Olsen, 2-time winner of this event. Just the resume of these first 6 drivers. Robert Malechka, many times Fixed Series champion, Open Series champion, winner of the Fixed, winner of the Open Indy 500s from a year ago. Won this race 3 times in the Elite Racing League. Alexander Russell probably has the lightest resume of all these guys, and that says something because he's extremely accomplished.
Sure.
Not
100%.
so much in his car, but definitely in other formulas. He is definitely very accomplished. Kraus, runner-up in the Pro Series. You can't ever rule out PK when he's in the lineup. The defending winner here, Brophy, former champion in the Elite Racing League as well. Alex Van de Sant, multi-time champion in the Elite Racing League. Hugo Olsen, 2-time winner here. Then we go to row 3. It's Oster and Drake and Newsom. Oster, many time winner over in the Indy Oval Series in the official iRacing series there. I can't say that I've called very many races with Drake, but we know he's on a good squad and a good team, and whenever he shows up, it's a big event. Alexis Newsom won this race in Lionheart, in the famous Lionheart series. She pulled off a strategy that was one stop shorter than everybody else. Got the win there. We got Chin, Blocker, and Simpson back on row 4. Chin, multi-time winner in the Elite Racing League. Blocker in the Elite IndyCar Series. He's one of the guys there, and also a regular Open Series, iRacing Open Series champion. And we got Chad Simpson there. The first of the non-super teams, I guess. Although I don't want to knock Satellite Racing, Indy Alliance, and Rogue Racing. I guess you got to get a big win in one of the big events to be called one of the super teams, I guess. So Chad Simpson's best in class right now. He's back on row 4. Then we got Campbell, his technical teammate. And then we got Steele and Taylor in the middle of row 5 there. Steele, one of I5G drivers. Taylor, MadWorks. Back on row 6, there's AJ Musselman. You can't have an IndyCar race without an AJ in the lineup. Marquez and Lichtenberg, the Hyperstar. Back on row 7, we got Rashad Craig, Blaze Andrich, Seb Alexander, the Indy Oval Series reigning champion. And we get the row See, row 8. It's Freckleton, Quilla, and Casey Povolonis. And this is where we start to see the first of the drivers that are out here and practicing going, I'm not so sure I'm really as safe as I think I am or as I might be. I'm going to go out there and put in some bankers or probably at least practice for it. We've got row 9 with Clindy, Paz, Lodato. Row 10 with Edwards, Lucci, and Bennett. Kind of the area where we're working with today. And then row 11 right now. Provisionally, Hollenball, Carey, and Weiser. And I can't wait. Can't wait until we get to race day and we go through all the pomp and circumstance. And then we start those engines and we start those parade laps. And we're going 3 wide to start this race. Now, a 3 wide start, if you're watching this and you're like, that's normally how they do it in Indianapolis. You're right. This is iRacing, though. iRacing is really, let's face it, it's a NASCAR sim with Indy cars in it. And 3 wide starts is not a native thing that iRacing does. That there's not a checkbox to say, allow me to start 3 wide. I wish there was iRacing. There's a want list right there. That and variable speeds on pit road. That would be nice to change that as well. 35 miles per hour at Dover while an IndyCar race is going on. Entirely too slow.
That's not
3
optimal.
wide. No, sub. But 3 wide starts, we get to do that, and that is something that these drivers don't encounter on a regular basis, but they don't encounter that on a regular basis in real IndyCar racing either. At best, you encounter the 3 wide start if you're in league competition, but when the official Indy 500s come here in May for the official iRacing Indy 500s, they start you 2 wide. So 3 wide starts are not something regular. So I could tell you for a fact, in the races that I had to start 3 wide when I participated and I occasionally drove, I don't drive as much anymore. But those 3 wide starts, I was always more nervous than – I was always nervous on starts in general, but I was really nervous on 3 wide starts.
Yeah. No, it's a different beast, and we talked to Robert Malechka yesterday, and Alexander Russell, Power Slide teammates that are going to be starting side by side up in the front row. It certainly makes it easier to have people alongside you that not necessarily, you don't trust other drivers, but it's easier to work out plans ahead of time, understand who's going to do what.
Yes.
But you never know what's going to happen when the green flag drops and what kind of situation you might end up in. And from the start-finish line at the Yard of Bricks down to turn 1, there's only a few seconds that pass. So things happen quickly, particularly at the race start, and that's why every year at the 500 we all hold our breath basically until they make it to the backstretch, because you just never know what's really going to happen until they sort things out through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, real Indy 500 history. You don't have to go back very far and look at all to find a number of times we started and had wrecks on turn 1, lap 1. In fact, I think we had that this year, didn't we not?
I believe we did.
Marcus Ericsson got involved in a wreck there on turn 1. Saw the pole sitter one year, lap 1, turn 1. Scott Sharp just lose the car. It goes right up into the wall. That big Stan Fox wreck that basically sliced his car in half. Then, of course, the wreck that they didn't even make it to the start-finish line back in 1982 when Kevin Kogan bounced off A.J. Foyt and then started a whole chain reaction that eventually led to Mario Andretti, who, depending on who you talk to, was the defending winner going into that race that year.
Right.
He got taken out on the very first he didn't even get a chance to cross the start-finish line. And that just adds to the Andretti bad luck around this place. So, and anything can happen on those warm-up laps. Scott McLaughlin and Roberto Guerrero, Tom Sneva. Anything can happen. So 3 wide starts is not the norm for real IndyCar racing, and certainly not the norm for the sim world.
Watching Kyle Clenworth out on track. Ty Quilla is also making laps. It's a pretty busy practice session right now, to be quite honest. Got around 10 drivers in here.
Lindy just turned a 2:28.9.
All right, and speaking of Mark Murphy, he is sitting around in the old Today at the 500 lounge, so why don't we just bring him in here? How do I unmute Mark here? All right, Mark.
I don't
Do
know.
you have a
I would
copy?
get ready to mute him back, really. Just knowing Mark.
I think we got him.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going well. Working our way through bump day qualifications. Just under 5.5 hours to go. Busy practice session right now, but no cars out in the qualifications queue. So just hanging around.
Yeah, it's starting to get down to the nitty gritty for a lot of these guys. I just came from the Alliance chat. They're all in there. They're all still working on their cars because you never know in this race exactly what's going to transpire. I remember, last year I left the first day. I was 18th on the grid, and we thought, man, everybody's safe, everybody's solid. Came back the next day, and as it turned out, a bunch of people found a bunch of speed. And I wound up on the bubble with the unhappy circumstance of two of my teammates trying to bump me out, which that was never happy. So you've got a lot of guys, even if they're in that 20 to 33 group, even if they're in the show right now, they're out trying to find some more speed, just because you want to have a little bit more in the bag in case you need it. And then if I was somebody like Logan Edwards, Lucas Lodato, Nick Lucci, Will Weiser, I'd be looking for some more too. We know that the power slide car, Brian Carey, is going to have more speed, but then it gets really interesting above that. The other thing is, though, fellas, we don't know who's out there. There's some big names that have yet to make an appearance, and we know that those big names, if they were inclined, could show up, present a car, and immediately put it in the show. So there's the specter of the unknown that looms over these sessions as well as you get toward these last 5 hours.
Looking through here, Mark, trying to support your point. For one, Christopher's a driver that generally finds his way into a lot of these big races. We do know that Brandon Trano is not expected to attend, so that's a driver, obviously, with tons of accomplishments here at IMS that would be a heavy hitter and would likely take a spot away, but we don't expect him to show up. Let me just keep rolling down the list.
The one that jumps out to me would be and you're showing him on screen right now, I believe. There's a couple of names. Julian Altena in that number 11.
Yeah.
That's a car that made the race last year. He's certainly capable of putting one in. Adam Crane, that's a Pro Series driver. Adam Crane has not made an appearance on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway this week. That's a satellite car. That's an Alliance car. And his direct teammate, Chad Simpson, is 12th on the board. And we know Adam's got plenty of speed here. So that would be another car that I would look at. Same for AJ Hobson. He's normally pretty fast here. And then any of those Little Eagle cars, I know that Frankenfield has made his 3 attempts. Hunter Smith, that would be a dark horse to me. If he can get in the race, that would be a car that I would look at to be a dark horse to win it. And so, Hunter Smith, he's not in the show as yet, but if he can find some, he's certainly capable, right? There are a number of cars that I'm looking at on that list that are in that same boat, right? That definitely have the speed. Kevin Burrell's another one. We haven't seen any of the Fiercely Ford cars out here. Certainly, Christian Hildegard would be another one. Hamilton Akabuezi. If those guys show up, man, they could make a run and get in the show pretty quickly. So
Yeah,
So,
we did mention Adam Crane earlier, so we hope to see him make it out here. I would say Andreas Eek would also be a driver that has top split iRacing Indy 500 credentials. Been in this race
sure.
as recently as last year. Haven't seen him out on the track just yet either. So to your point, there are still a few out there that aren't even in the mix as far as drivers that have already posted times that could take times and spots away from the top 33. That's not even considering, again, there's drivers behind 33rd like Noah Carmichael, who's out there practicing right now, that's going to be looking to bump his way back into the field. So to your point, Mark, you just we won't be so sure what's happened until the gun sounds at 7:50, because there's just so many hours left to go where things can change.
Yeah, and you don't know. I mean, these setups are so, these setups are so knifey and so on edge. And a lot of these teams, have been massaging these cars for years now, and so, you look at that too, and if you're somebody, and I'm looking at the list, right? If I go down the standing on speed, if you're Logan Edwards, you're sitting there in 32nd spot, you're not safe, but your setup may only be one click off
Right.
of being, not just midfield speed, but being front row speed. It's one click, and the problem is you don't know what that one click is, and so you're throwing as much of it as you can at the wall, trying to figure out what it is. I actually kind of give you an inside joke. We were looking at cambers on the Alliance cars, and I actually took a picture with my phone of the IndyCar 2002 instruction manual for PS2, because it had a really, really awesome explanation of cambers in it. And so I took a picture of that and sent it to the boys, like, hey, this is a really good explanation of how to change cambers. If you're overheating the tires, maybe take a look at this, right? And I throw that out there because it could be information laying around that gets you over that finish line too.
Yeah, I love that. That's that's the resources that not necessarily it's under your nose, but you may still find useful things in untraditional places. And in a place where sim racing in Indianapolis, for example, where the margins are so thin, you need to look for any particular help or support or advantage you can find. Sometimes it may be an old PS2 pamphlet. That could be it.
It could be. I mean, it may be completely unhelpful too. But I was rummaging through stuff. We're overheating. One of the corners of the car. We're overheating this corner. We're overheating this corner. Well, look at the edges, right? Look at the cambers. It could be something that simple. It could be a tire pressure issue too. You don't know that. See a car go hard in the wall there, but and that's the other thing too. You're going to see drivers starting to get Nolan Siegel desperate here, where they're just going to take all the rear wing off and say, all right, I don't know where it is. I'm just going to take all the downforce off and send it. And if she holds on, she holds on. If she doesn't, well, we tried, right? And you're going to start seeing that too as the timer ticks down. Within not certainly right now, but you get inside that last hour, there's going to be somebody that takes all the downforce off and sends it. And that's when it gets fun, right? How long can you hang on to a car that has no downforce and is trimmed out for maximum? How long can you hang on to it, boys? Right? You're going to see some of that too.
It's one of my favorite parts of the day, the final hours of bump day. Nothing quite like it, as guys, to your point, get a little desperate, and there's only so many attempts that you can make at a certain point. It's
and how about guys like you look at a guy like Marco Brazil, used up all 3 of his attempts yesterday. He's going to be watching. He's going to be watching come next weekend, and I'm going to be watching. I can't be in the race. It's my dad's going to be in town. We're going to a basketball game Saturday, and my son's 7th birthday party is Sunday. But we'll definitely have it on. We'll definitely have the PRI channel on the big screen here at the Murphy House, cheering these guys on, because it's going to be a heck of a show. But that's a big name that's not going to be in it, and there's no guarantees here. There's no guarantees for any of us that you're going to make this race. And boy, I don't envy somebody like Nick Lucci or Logan Edwards or Lucas Lodato having to sweat out this last 5 hours.
All right. Well, it looks like we have a new qualifications attempt ready. Everybody, please clear the track. Practice is concluding as we prepare for another qualifications run. Looks like it's going to be Presley Sora, driver of the number 31 car. He's going to bring his machine back out.
In this session, he is currently fifth fastest, or at least it's the fifth fastest lap in this session. 2:28.8, which is fast enough to get him in the field if he were to do a 2:28 average. But Presley sat on the front row for the Elite Racing League's Indy 500 here a couple seasons ago. He's a real-world ARCA Menard Series driver. You can race against him here in iRacing, or you can race against him in the NASCAR 25 video game. He's a longtime sim racer, a good guy. But I like the fact that he's a stock car guy that's willing to get in and cross over to the Indy cars. You don't see that a lot. You see a lot on the sim where they stick with, those that start with the stock cars got to stick with the stock car, and then they come to the Indy car and say, it's too complicated. It's too many tools, too many buttons and all that stuff. And that's what I like about the IndyCar. The IndyCar is challenging. It's just not grabbing the steering wheel and turning left and doing that. You have to do some other things with IndyCar. So Presley out here giving it the old shot, and he's a pro. This is what he gets paid to do, and even he's having trouble trying to get into the field. I just tell you how hard really this is generally of getting into a 33-car field of a caliber of a race like the PRI Hoosier 500.
It is, and to what Tanner and I were talking about earlier with the guys not in the show, Presley Sora would be a name, Tanner, that I would circle and say, hey, that's a car that can make this race.
And Presley running in alliance with Noah Carmichael, who is right on the edge of making this field. You would expect that he might have a chance here to bump his way back in. All right, Presley, this is your second qualifications attempt. The track is cleared, and you're good to go. Good luck.
The other thing that I would point out to our viewers at home is there is not a lot in this when you talk about real time on the stopwatch. It's less than 1/10 of a second over 10 miles is the difference between being in the race comfortably and not being in the race. We're not talking about a lot of time, almost a car length over 4 laps, more or less, boys.
Yeah. Hardly anything at all. I mean, I think Gary mentioned the width of an end plate basically represents a 100th. And we're splitting hundredths all over this field right now. So every inch matters. The margins are incredibly thin.
Yeah, we've got. I know that Andrich and Alexander, Seb Alexander, have exactly the same time on the board. There are others too that have that exact same time, right? So it's down to the 4th decimal place even, and so the margins here are incredibly tight.
A little while ago, we even had the same time on the bubble. I mean, it's this is what happens when you get a lot of really talented minds together, and obviously a big entry list. So you've got a span of talent from top to bottom through the field, but it's really right here in the middle where there's a lot of guys in the mix battling, trying to find their way, doing anything they can to find that extra 1,000th or 100th and put them in a position to try to make the field for the world's greatest sim race.
Absolutely.
All right, he's on it in through turns 1 and 2.
Presley was 44th before he pulled his first and only attempt that he's made to this point in the weekend.
And if you're watching from home and wondering what other real-world drivers are out there that you can race against, we've seen, of course, I've raced against Richie Hearn on a regular basis. I finished third in the Indy 500. You got Presley Sora. Also in the Elite Racing League, you got one of the Green brothers that races there on a regular basis. We've seen Tony Kanaan show up to race for races before. We've seen Sage Karam, who also started on the back row 4 times to tie Buddy Lazier. He's back there. He's raced a lot in sim racing. Buddy Lazier's son Flynn shows up a lot in sim racing. I know, Mark, you've raced against a number of real-world drivers. If you show up in iRacing, if you're in it long enough, you're going to race one of the real-world drivers.
Yeah, so I have 2 stories about that. My favorite one was that I was in an ARCA race. It was not so long after I joined the sim. I was in an ARCA race at Nashville, and I finished third to Josh Berry and Alex Pillow in that race. So that was the first one. My other one was, like most stock car fans and so forth. When I came into the sim, I ran stock cars exclusively for about 18 months. And
that's okay. You didn't know better. It's all right.
I was having a heck of a time getting up to speed at Darlington, and a voice came over the radio. It was very familiar to me, and it said, "Hey, I see you're struggling. Why don't you follow me?" And it was Dale Earnhardt Jr. And so I got shown the line at Darlington by Dale Jr. That was fun. So you'll see him, and you'll see basically anybody who is a real life driver is in the sim from time to time. But I've gotten to race against almost all of them. Matty Brabham was very active in the USF 2000 car a few years ago. But yeah, you'll see almost anybody, especially in the off season. You'll see almost anybody from top level NASCAR, IndyCar. Max Verstappen, of course, extremely active. You'll see any of those guys. Yeah, he's got his own team.
Red line. Runs complete. Lap 1, a 39.369. Lap 2, a 39.461. Lap 3, a 33.556. And then a 39.672 for lap 4. 4-lap average, 227.764. And I don't think that's, I think we're looking more for 227.8, and I don't think that's enough to get him into the field, Tanner.
Nope. Unfortunately, that puts him just a little bit outside, 39th right now. So he did improve on the timesheet from 44th, but still a little ways to go to get to 33rd as it presently stands. All right, Presley, that was your second attempt. You're 39th on the leaderboard right now, and you have 1 attempt remaining.
I think it's going to take a 228-mile-an-hour run really to make the race. If we got down to brass tacks, I think you're going to have to see 228 to feel good about being in the show next Sunday. I think that's the speed you need to find to be safely in here. If it was me. Now, you've got Adam Blocker down in the lounge, and he's certainly much more knowledgeable than me. So I'll let you guys go, and I don't want to steal the show. But this is about to be a lot of fun. I'm going to go back to the team and see if I can't help them in any way I can. But I think it's going to take 228 to do it, and I think there's probably 5 or 6 cars that are in this session that can do it. So I look forward to watching, boys.
Awesome. Now, thanks for joining us, Mark. That's Mark Murphy hopping into the booth for a little bit. We appreciate Mark watching along, offering awesome insight and some cool stories, too. That junior story is pretty cool as well. So we appreciate you hopping in and taking some time today, man.
Absolutely, Tanner. Keep going fast and having fun, boys. We'll see you. We'll see you when we see you.
All right. That's Mark Murphy, everybody. I think it's not a bad idea. We might try to pull Adam Blocker in here real quick. I'm going to make sure it's okay with him.
With Adam Blocker, actually, as far as I know, he's the only person that's in this group of drivers that has a real-world Indy 500 champions ring.
That's
in
right.
his possession.
Yep. That's I would throw that around as much as I could too.
I 100% would. I would wear that every single day.
No doubt. No doubt.
So I've actually seen it now in real life up close an Indy 500 champions ring, an Indianapolis Colts Super Bowl ring, and a Boston Red Sox World Series ring.
Who had the Red Sox ring?
So I am a Red Sox fan, and I was out visiting family, and we went to did a tour of Fenway Park, and just as we got on the elevators, we were doing a tour of Fenway Park. The play-by-play guy of the radio, one of the play-by-play guys, got on, and
Nice.
he was wearing it. And I said, "Oh man, I'm here. I got to see this thing." And he was super cool, and I got a chance to take a picture of the ring on his finger and everything. And yeah, so I got a real up close look at that. And the Colts ring, actually, one of my doctors used to be was the physician for the Colts, as a matter of fact, and he came into the office on one of my appointments, and he had it on. I asked him if he removes it when he puts the rubber gloves on top of it, though. Yeah, it looks like he would have to.
I feel like you would.
Yeah.
I would suggest it at least. That's funny. All right. Well, let's see. Adam Blocker said he's down to do a little chat. So we're going to bring Adam into the studio now, driving the number 74 machine for Power Slide Motorsports, and sitting really nicely on the grid right now. Right back there at 11th. Safely in the field, Adam. First and foremost, how are you doing today? And we'll kick things off with a little recap of your day yesterday. How did you feel about your qualifications attempt, and obviously a really strong day for your team?
Yeah, from a team perspective, obviously we felt really good about it. I didn't feel great about it from an individual perspective, but I was at a place where I wasn't going to go back out for no reason if I couldn't get like pole or front row, and I didn't feel like I could do that, so there was probably no point for me to go again. But yeah, from a team perspective, it's great. And honestly, like for me as an individual, I almost like starting a little bit deeper, like not like outside the top 15, but I feel like if you're in a 500-mile race and you can start like kind of around 10th or so, it's not always the worst, because you can spend the first like 50 laps building some confidence and kind of working your way through the field, and then just kind of going from there. Like it's a really long race, so I'm not too worried about qualifying, to be honest. So
personally, I feel the same way, honestly. Like, as these races have evolved, and I think we all know it's a 500-mile race, and a lot of times there's guys up front that want to drive it like a 500-mile sprint race, and that's just not really my style of driving. So I sympathize with that. I like to be, more mid-pack or trying to stay on the back end of the top 10, and just get to lap 100 and then kind of go from there. A lot of times, you can get in a pretty good position saving fuel that way if the race continues green. So yeah, I sympathize with that viewpoint a lot.
Yeah, I think like, for a lot of the races you'll see, the top two just swap draft and really try to, go fast. And a lot of times the guys in like third to fifth are saving a lot of fuel. And so like last year in this race, I qualified fourth, and for almost the first, 120 laps or whatever, I was just sitting there saving fuel. And I almost feel like I got a little bit get rusty, like just kind of sitting there and kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And I found in some races, like in other leagues or whatever, if I have a setback and then I like kind of have to charge through the field, obviously you need time to get there. You can't be too far back. Like I don't think starting 30th is great, because if you can win from there if the circumstances play out. But if there's only like a one or two cautions in a race, that's not a lot of opportunities. Like I feel like the further back you start, the more like cautions you need to reset or differentiate strategy or
track position.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't, but but at the same time, like 2019 iRacing 8500, like I know, like I started in the 20s and I had a spin early and like I was basically last, and then I almost won. So like anything can happen. But I've also had the opposite, where I've been back there and now the race went super green and I never got a chance to like reset and catch up to the top pack. So it's a balance.
All right, everybody. There is a car that is requesting an opportunity to qualify, so we're going to clear the track right now. So anybody out there practicing, let's clear the track and prepare for the next qualifying run.
I follow history, so 3 drivers have won the 500 from 11th. It's possible. I'm sure you might not know who they are, but it's John Cock, Castro Neves, and Rossi. They've all won from 11th. What's your plan? Is it you got to be a little bit more aggressive being back at 11th? Is that kind of what you're saying? Can't be saving fuel as much. And we also know that it seems like lately the trend with even the just general league races, there seems to be fewer and fewer yellows. The racecraft is getting better and better, and the net code is improving and everything like that. We seem to be getting a lot less cautions. Do you think you have to be a little bit more aggressive on this one, coming from the farthest back in the first third of the field?
I think the weirdest part about it for me is that it's almost all teammates in front of me. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a weird dynamic there, like trying to deal with that. But for me, the other interesting thing is this race. The track is normally cold for the first 50 laps, 60 laps, because it starts at like 11:30 or 12 in sim. So that first part of the race is easier to make spots. So I'm always going to save fuel. I'm always saving fuel, but like I think the first part of the race.
It's like program hard coded into us. It's hard not to do it.
But yeah, I mean, I think by lap 70, I'm gonna want to be in the top 5, top 6, and then from there it's just trying to be around for the last couple stints. And all you can do in this race is give yourself a shot. There's certain circumstances, as Tanner knows as well. He's been in a similar spot to me where he finished top 5 in a bunch of these without always winning, and all you can do is just put yourself in a position, and then things happen after that. So
how long you guys going to work with one another up there before the gloves come off?
I don't know. It depends on the circumstances. There's been years, unfortunately, a lot of the years, like I would say last year, there was 3 or 4 of us up there, so the gloves came up a little bit earlier. Like Rob and Phil started working together to keep me and Josh behind. But then, 2022, Hugo and I were swapping, and Demerit was coming from behind on fresher tires, and we also had to work together to pass Trano. And we were so worried about Demerit, to be honest, that we had to keep working together until like the last lap.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's very circumstantial, but with how many cars we have up there this year, if we build a good race set, I think hopefully it will be a race between us. But we can't take that for granted going in. So.
You mentioned if you build a good race set, is the car reset bothering anybody?
I'm looking for. I mean, you would think we've had the strongest race up for a little bit, I think, and so normally you wouldn't want change, but just as an engineer and everything, I enjoy it. I think it'll be a fun challenge to try to build something different, and I think the other interesting thing that we don't know exactly how the car is going to handle with it, but the other super interesting thing that we're going to have to figure out is just from a pure driving racecraft perspective, like how to deploy the hybrid most efficiently, like what situations to regen. Like it's going to be interesting. I think I have a leg up probably because I'm
about to say, do you have any inside baseball on that one?
I've dealt with it for a year and a half, but like at the same time, iRacing could implement it a little bit differently than real life, so we don't really know. But yeah, obviously, if any team knows, we'll hopefully have a better idea. But also at the same time, like each driver is going to be up to each driver to have that intuition, so that when you come down to a last lap battle, oh, I need to deploy this off of 2, or I need to deploy off of 4, or like, like it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it's a dual-edged sword, kind of. We've been. What was the last major change to these cars? I mean, they just updated the graphics of them and the sound of them. Was it the addition of the aero screen? Was that basically the last big change they did? I mean, we're not talking tire models; those change all the time. But the last performance change of the car, was it the aero screen?
Probably, yeah. The other
been
thing
a while.
The other thing is they've updated the aero a bit for this 500 as well. So that's slightly changing stuff, but
it's at least nice to get something out of our investment.
Yeah, yeah. Be interesting to see what Caleb does here, because I would expect him to be pretty competitive, but
decent first couple of laps at 39.347 the first lap, at 39.437 on the second lap.
I think you were saying it earlier, Gary, but I think it's gonna be around that 228 dead mark, kind of where Tyquila and like Povolonis and like Glenworth are. But I
Mhm.
think that's going to be kind of the cutoff. So, but you never know. Like you never know who hasn't done a run that's going to do a run and all that stuff. So it's a difficult one for the guys back there. So
Just under 5 hours to go. 4 hours and 52 minutes on the clock right now.
Caleb, 347, a 437, a 544, first 3 laps on the white flag. He's currently a 228.1 3-lap average. He is the Sim Gaming Expo Open Wheel Series Invitational champion there. Kind of came out and surprised Adam Crane and PK that were literally battling, banging each other off the road over the last 2 races, and he stuck in and got the championship. Sometimes all you need to do is just finish the races in order to win, and that's what he did. He won one of the 4 races and finished high enough to get that championship, and he's completed with his run with a 39.674. And that will give him a 4-lap average of a 227.845, and I think that's enough to squeak him in at least into the fastest of the fast that qualified into the group that's qualified today.
Yeah, it is one of the better ones today. Unfortunately, just a hair short of 33rd right now. So Nick Lucci, he is 227.
Dodges another bullet.
Yeah, he's seen a lot so far. There's a lot being thrown at him. Lucci is a 227.887 4-lap speed average, and Brashear a 227.845. So just a few hundredths. Unfortunately, he's a little short, but he's got one more attempt left. Caleb, you were 36th after that run. That was your second attempt, so you have one more attempt left to go if you so choose to use it. Doesn't appear that we have any additional requests to qualify right now, so we will open the track for practice.
So Adam's going to be working with Indy Next coming up next season?
yeah, I've moved over to Chip Ganassi Racing.
Congratulations.
I think is exciting long term. Yeah, we haven't announced our driver lineup yet, but I know who I'll be with and everything. And yeah, I think it's a good opportunity to learn from a lot of people over there, and it'll be interesting to just learn a different car, different series. Obviously, long term, the goal is to be back working with IndyCar, but I think working with a good top organization like that is a good place for me, and yeah, it'll just be a good learning experience, and looking forward to it. So,
Adam, on the topic of Ganassi in particular and Indy Next, how important is it in your eyes for some of the bigger teams in IndyCar like Ganassi to have a development program and to be part of Indy Next, which I know IndyCar as an organization is working really hard to build the brand of, and I think they've gotten a nice boost with having those races on cable now instead of just streamed online. You know, how important is it for the heavy hitters to also have a presence in Indy Next?
I mean, it's great for the whole ecosystem. Like, I think, 10 years ago, you look at what the series was, and it was, kind of weak. There was, 10 cars at most, maybe, and it was pretty bad, to be honest. And now next year, especially with, like, I think Carpenter, Foyt, and Juncos coming back to the series, like, there's, a lot more support. And I think, it's obviously good for giving more drivers opportunities, more seats and all that, but also it's good for like mechanics, engineers, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, good point.
I think it's, it's super valuable for everybody. So, because like I know, for example, like how Ganassi's using that program to, for example, like hire like brand new mechanics that haven't really worked in motorsport before and just train them on that. While they might not get that opportunity to go straight into like, a Ganassi IndyCar opportunity, like,
right.
So I think it's, just good for the whole series. And, hopefully personally, I would like to see a few changes to the series long term. Like, I think it'd be good to have pit stops, because in IndyCar, that's super important. And I think, there's a lot of, yeah, there's that too. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah,
Indeed.
for sure. I mean, I think there's some little things like that could improve it and make it more kind of similar to like how the Xfinity series is to the Cup series, if that
Sure.
makes sense. But
Mhm.
I mean, it's definitely gotten way better in the last like 5 years. Like you
Yeah.
have to give IndyCar a bunch of credit for like definitely improving that. Like,
Talking to Adam Blocker right now, driver of the number 74 machine for Power Slide Motorsports. Adam, each time out, you have finished, I'm making sure my numbers are right, but you're 4 for finishing in the top 5 here at the Hoosier 500. And all but once, you finished on the podium and runner-up twice. So obviously, this is an event that you've really taken well to. Why do you feel like you've run so well in these races, formerly known as the Open Wheels 500, now the Hoosier 500?
I think number one, I'm normally better in race and qualifying, and I just kind of know the setup building side of it for the speedway that we figured out like a few years ago for iRacing. But I think honestly, I just do better in longer races and where strategy comes into play,
Yeah.
and that's definitely what the Indy 500 is. Like sprint races, especially like on the road courses, I'm not as strong, but
You're a marathon guy.
yeah. And then I think just yeah, I mean, I'm just naturally good at stuff like fuel saving and things like that,
Yeah.
and it just helps. But yeah, and obviously just I haven't really gotten the right opportunity or just haven't put it together to win. But and that was kind of my story in the official 500 when I was able to run it too, or I just finished top 5, and but yeah, I mean, all I can do is just put it all I can do is just put it in position again and just try. So.
I know you mentioned earlier. I can certainly sympathize with that. It's it can be painful at times, but yeah, I mean that's all you can do is try to be there at the end, and you've done it a handful of times now. Certainly in the mix every time out.
Would this be the last major, I guess, checkbox for you?
I mean, for iRacing stuff, I don't know. I mean, like I just qualified for the Pro Series, which is pretty big.
Congrats on that, by the way.
Because I could do it because the Pro Series is actually happening before the IndyCar season this year.
Right.
I think I might have to miss one race, but so like winning a race or having a big result in that would be a checkbox. But it's gonna be very competitive. Like I don't know, how I'm gonna do, but obviously my partial goal in that is just gonna be to support our team and like Phil and the guys that can run well and contend for a championship. But unfortunately, with I haven't been putting as much time into it the last few years, and so I feel like I've dropped off a bit in terms of how I run.
I know work sucks. Work sucks.
But there's events like this where I think experience matters a lot, and you just do so many laps at this track over the years that I still feel good here, and so I think this would be to win a major 500 between the Hoosier 500 or the one in May if I ever get to do it again would be definitely a checkbox for sim racing. But
have you won a open or fixed top split broadcast?
I finished second in the 2019 Open to Trano, but I've won like the non-broadcast, but I haven't won the actual broadcast. So
yeah, if it's not broadcast, it didn't really happen. But but I mean, you got the checkbox with Classic IndyCar. That's been around for a long, long time, and the checkbox for Hoosier, I would imagine, is another one for you. But I'm just wondering what was left on the list of Adam Blocker to be accomplished here.
I mean, I've won Lionheart, Indy Elite, and Classic IndyCar. I think all twice actually, but like those are pretty small compared to either the big race in May or this race, I would say.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
like, it's. I mean, all those races.
Everything. Yeah.
Yeah, all those races are fun and they're really a big part of the community. But this race is just so big. I mean, you just see from the number of people that are entering, the prizes that you guys have organized, and like PRI backing it. Like that's all super huge. So that's.
Are you going to the show next week?
Not planning on it. There's not really a lot. I think some people from the team are going, but it's not really a lot for an engineer to necessarily do there in IndyCar. There's a lot of stuff catered to like sprint car racing or kind of more like grassroots racing there, but for IndyCar, the kind of suppliers and components that we're dealing with, there's not really a lot of that at the show as much. So, but it's a super cool event. I've been once before, so
I've always driven past it, but I guess they were telling me that I can go now. That somehow because I'm involved with sim racing and motorsports, that I'm in the industry. I don't believe that, but I've driven by it and saw all the everybody lined up outside. I used to work downtown, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think like sim racing commentary, like as we keep going here over time, like I think it's gonna be, like there's gonna be more opportunities for people to transition across. Like you're already seeing it with Arjuna. Like Arjuna's building
Yep.
like a pretty strong career in IMSA stuff, and I think it's gonna go really well for him. And I think like there's not that many opportunities that like in real life. I think it's a really good platform for drivers, engineers, or commentators or whoever to like just get a bunch of practice doing stuff, because like you could sit here and commentate like 4 races a night,
Right.
and
Yeah,
you're going to get
exactly.
like so much better building that experience so quickly. Just like, you know, as an engineer or someone working on a team, like you could go through so many races and so many strategy options and just put yourself in so many scenarios. I feel like it's helped me a lot. Like I think it's, you know, really good, and I'm sure Tanner's gotten some stuff out of it too for his real life stuff. And yeah.
It has far-reaching benefits, and to your point, Adam, I think it offers a lot of crossover that couldn't necessarily get in other forms of sport. I mean, you talk about commentating these sorts of events. It's different than if you sat down and tried to commentate a Madden game or an NBA 2K game. You know, it's just the platforms are way different. The unpredictability of sim racing, I think, really lends its hand to helping develop real life broadcasters with having to really be quick and connected on your feet. I certainly don't put myself in that box. This is just my little live stream. But guys like Arjuna and Gary are really equipped. I think to carry the water if they went on to a different platform, and a lot of credit has to go to their time spent on sim racing, because I do think it has crossover and it has usefulness in that way.
Yeah, and like I was just saying, like I think, you know, obviously I learned a lot in engineering school and doing all the stuff there, but I think it was just also, it's just a really good like kind of second background that I have, you know, and just like being able to relate like track familiarity and like to driver feedback and
Right.
all that stuff, and then also just having that intuition, like given a certain race scenario and when you have to make that, or even like a setup change in a practice session, and we have like, you know, you have like a minute or two to look to make a decision and you don't necessarily have all the data available. Like I think it just helps that kind of raw intuition in the moment. So obviously a lot of things are completely different in real life. The setups are completely different. It's not, you know, everything isn't realistic from a setup pure, like if you put a real life setup sheet on a car, it's not going to go fast.
Right.
But like, and there's a lot of things that are way different, you know, like 0.2 degrees of camber in real life, like right front camber or left front camber, whatever. In real life, it's a pretty big change at a speedway, and I would say in iRacing it doesn't do that much. So it's, you know, it's pretty different. But once you kind of have enough experience to contextualize all that stuff, like it's still helpful, I think. So.
You know, I went to school last night with Arjuna, so I learned a lot in that one little hour. It was funny afterwards. We were kind of doing the debrief, and at one point in the interview, I tossed it back to Arjuna, and I just said, "Back to you, Arjuna." And Arjuna's like, "That's radio. We're doing basically TV streaming. You don't have to do that. I know that you're tossing it back to me." And I'm like, "Dude, I am so old school. I am so radio. You know, I always tell everybody I have a face for radio. So when I listen to this 500, and that's kind of what I base everything off of, is when I was a kid listening to it on the radio because they didn't show it on TV. That's all I know how to do. I mean, I watch how they do it on radio, on TV right now, and how they do it on Fox and NBC. But I still go back to how I heard Paul Page on the radio, or Bob Jenkins on the radio, or Mike King on the radio. That's how I basically everything I base what I do on is off that. So I learned a lot from just that 1 hour with Arjuna. He's a real pro, and the community's pretty lucky to have him associated.
Colin Heil. Oh, sorry.
Adam,
go
ahead.
I was just going to say, Colin Heil completing his 4-lap qualifications run. 4-lap average time, 39.543.
227.599. So again, I don't think that is fast enough. to get in.
Currently 50th on the leaderboard. And we have another car requesting to run. So Rafael Leon is going to hop in here and make an attempt as well.
So Rafi is part of this Luke Mansky squad. We just saw Caleb go out, so wondering maybe if they've taken some information from Caleb and thrown it into Leon's car. And let's see if maybe Leon improves for that Mansky squad, because they're all kind of in a group together and struggling right now.
All right, Caleb. I'm sorry, Colin. That brings a end to your second attempt. Currently 50th on the leaderboard right now, 227.599. You have one more attempt remaining. And now to take to the track, car number 124, Rafael Leon. If you could reset and then rejoin us at the end of the pit lane, you are next to qualify. All right, this is your second attempt. The track is all yours. Good luck.
Hey, Adam, when we're starting here next week, a week from now, well, actually, we'll be completing the race a week from now, but at 11, when we take the green flag on next Sunday, do you still you've done this so many times, you've won so many big races, and being that you're also involved in racing for real, I mean, do you have any nerves going into these things at all? I would imagine, I mean you kind of come off as kind of the community's version of Scott Dixon, kind of the Iceman. Do you ever have any nerves at all, or you're just like pretty calm and cool, collected on all these things?
I would say like 5 years ago I did, but now, like, for the most part, I would say I have more nerves than qualifying, just because I'm not like the best at it, and I just have struggled at times with it, especially on like road courses or whatever in a big race. But like for the most part now, especially once we get to like turn one or like settled in a couple laps in, I'm always good. I would say in real life I don't get nervous for many races, but the Indy 500 for sure. Like that whole night you're not sleeping, it's crazy. So
what's it like for you when you were walking out there for a team, going through Gasoline Alley and then coming out on the main stretch there on race day, walking down to your pit stall? Do you get any type of rush, or do you ever ask yourself, wow, I'm here, I can't believe I'm here? I mean, you got yourself an Indy 500 ring, so I mean, a lot of people can't even say that. Do you have any moments of awe where you're just like, I can't believe I'm doing this? What decision in life did I make that led me here, type of thing?
I would say most races of the year, I don't really, you're just concentrated on the job, but definitely the Indy 500, even though you're there all month and like, you get there at the track at 4 a.m. or whatever crazy hour on the race day morning. But like when you walk out there and there's all those people and the atmosphere, like, I mean, everybody get like, you see guys on the crew and engineers crying every year, like during taps or whatever. So it's a cool moment, no matter, who you are and what you've done. Like, I think it's, really cool. And then like, this past year was my first year being the race engineer on a car for the 500. And like, I mean, I was just, just even though we spent hours, prepping and all this other stuff, and you have carb day and you have Saturday and the Sunday morning after that, it's just like making sure we didn't miss anything, because the last thing you want to do is, put all this effort in for a whole year and screw something up. So yeah, it's a tough one, but again, once you get going in the race, you kind of forget all about that. And I was pretty proud of myself, actually, like how I felt like we made good decisions with what we had in the race last year, not considering how well we were running and all that stuff. So
got 2 laps in here for Leon. 3:64 on lap 1, 4:66 on lap 2, 2:28.6 lap 1, 2:28 flats. So 0.6 of a mile per hour fall off in lap 2. Trying to hang on right now. I think he's used up those tires.
I think this is a little bit worse than his previous run. Tracking to be
5.46 on that lap. So we're in the 2:27 bracket now, 2:27.5. So lost another 0.5 mile per hour.
Yeah, Adam, good point. Doing a little comparison to the first run that he made yesterday afternoon. He was about 100th slower on his first lap. On the second lap, pretty much identical, 4 thousandths off. A little bit better on the third lap, and a little bit better on the fourth lap. So he might net out about the same.
2:27.803. He's slower than his teammate Brashear with his 8.45.
Just comes in at a 39.508 4-lap timed average. To your point, Gary, Brashear a 39.501, so just 7,000 off.
7,000ths of a second. It's not even a full end plate of a front wing there. That's how close that was. Over 10 miles and 16 turns. That's the difference. If they were to put a ghost image over Leon's car of Caleb's car, they would basically be almost identical, with the exception of maybe a few inches at the front.
All right, Raphael, that is the completion of your second attempt. You are 38th on the leaderboard right now. 4-lap average speed of 227.803 miles per hour. And you have one attempt remaining for the rest of the day. Doesn't look like there's any additional cars ready to qualify at this time, so we'll reopen the track for practice.
Yeah, I mean, you look, he basically gained 100th from his previous run, almost, and he's 100th and a half off of the bubble right now. So, like, you would say that it's possible for him to make it if they make some small improvements, and, like, he's definitely at the range where he can do it, I feel like. Just, yeah, he's probably going to be in the iRacing the rest of the day trying to figure it out. So.
Clear his afternoon plans, that's for sure.
I tell you, who's still sitting on the bubble? It's still Lucci. So, if I remember right, didn't NBC, like, they were it was Pippa Mann was on the bubble for a long, long time on qual day, and they were like tracking the amount of time that she was on the bubble. He's probably got a mental clock going on now that's like, when does 7 o'clock get here? When's that start? When's 7:30 get here? That's a lot of time to wait on the bubble.
So it looks like, doing a quick look at our qual sheet, Brian Carey bumped his way into the field up to 29th fastest. That was at 11:55 local time here in Indianapolis. It's now 3:20, so he's well over 3 hours of sitting on the bubble spot for now. That's an uncomfortable place to sit for 3 hours.
You don't have to worry about the bubble for a while, Adam, on the professional side of things.
I had to worry about it in 2021.
I know you did. Yeah, I know you had to do that. Yeah.
I qualified 33rd with Simona. But yeah, this past year was pretty good. But we did have to worry about, because we got in line really late. So we were actually the last car to do a run on Saturday from lane 2. Well, the last car, period. Like, we were out there when the gun went off. Like, Marco was pushing, trying to get up there to do a lane 1 run, but they were still getting fuel. But, like, just that whole, we were sitting there. You had to get in line like an hour and a half beforehand or whatever. We were just sitting there that whole time just trying to figure out if we were going to get to run, because we knew if we ran, we were gonna improve because we did our previous time at the hottest part of the day because we had our first run disqualified for a tech violation. So like we knew we could go quicker, but we just had to get the run in, and we probably pushed it a little too close. But that was the main nervous part about it. And honestly, I mean, we could have been fast 12 if they didn't have a little mistake on the last lap. So. But we got the mechanics pole, so I think everybody would have rather been in the fast 12. But if you're not going to be in the fast 12, you want to be 13th because then everybody gets the day off and you still get to qualify.
Right.
That's a nice spot. Mechanics pole. I like that. I hadn't heard that one, so that's great.
Mechanics pole's 13. I like it.
And then we actually got to start 11th because Penske's had.
Well, yeah.
So.
Talking right now to Adam Blocker, driving the number 74 for Power Slide Motorsports. Provisionally 11th on the grid right now. Adam, also don't feel like you got to hang around for all day or anything like that, but we do appreciate you joining us and talking shop for sure.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for obviously putting on the event. I think everybody appreciates it. Obviously, you started it however many years ago that was, and it's definitely become kind of an established event whenever it runs, and it's really cool. So definitely, I think everybody appreciates it and appreciates all the effort. Like the brochure or the book that you put out for the pre-event was amazing. Like to be honest, so it was really cool. So
that was That was probably a lot of hours.
Well,
my wife would have rather we've been doing something together.
I know what you did. You opened up the Indianapolis Motor Speedway like, I want that. And you did exactly that. And the amount of work you did just Adam, you know what I'm talking about with the Speedway program. I mean, it is so laden with statistics and everything. It's, if you don't know Indy 500 history, and then you read one, you know a lot more than you did before, and that's the same type of approach we got here with the virtual program for the PRI Hoosier 500. It just he took the Indy 500 one and said, I want that to be my program, and that's what we got, and it is awesome.
Yeah, I've always had an interest. I've always geeked out on like media guides for whatever reason, whether it was baseball back in the day, Indy 500 media guide, obviously with over 100 years of history. There's just a lot of cool stats and information in there. Football, college football, all that stuff. So, yeah, I just wanted to make something that eventually I needed to have some sort of, annual one-stop shop that has the history of the event. And it's hard to imagine. It's been 6 years since we got started with this, and this being the 5th running now. It's cool that we're back doing it, and Arjuna obviously did a kick-ass job handling this event, since we stepped away after 2020, and we wouldn't be here and continuing to do this had he not shepherded it over the last 4 years where, he had to deal with the IndyCar license dispute and all that with iRacing and not being able to broadcast and things like that. So a lot of credit goes to Arjuna too, because he helped make this happen for what we're doing this weekend.
Well, thanks, Adam. Appreciate you being here, man, and all the things that you do for the community as well. That you're the kind of the community rep for between iRacing and the Indy Open side of things, and you've been helpful to me and everything. So thank you for all that you've done, and I don't think you have anything to worry about today on Bubble Day, but best of luck next Sunday.
Yeah, just going to enjoy the rest of the thing. I'm sure it'll be interesting the last couple hours when people start doing runs and get more bumping, and it'll be cool, and enjoy it, and see you guys next Saturday, I guess, for the
shakedown.
Yeah, the Veterans 100 or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And pit stop competition. So that'll be fun. So, see you guys then.
All right, that's Adam Blocker, everybody. Thank you, Adam, for joining us. Gary, we got practice out on the track, and I think I'm gonna step away for a little bit. I'm going to go grab something to eat while we got a chance here, because I feel like it's going to get a little frenetic down the stretch here. We've got just under 4.5 hours left until the gun sounds at 7:50. Just about 3.5 hours until we go live on the PRI Facebook and YouTube channel for Bump Day Prime Time. That's again live at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on the Performance Racing Industry Facebook and YouTube pages.
You want me to cover you while you eat, or I mean, I was thinking about probably doing the same thing too. Maybe go watch a little bit of football to see what's before the 4:00 games start. But yeah, practice going on. I don't know if anyone's gonna, put the car in line and go qualifying. But I imagine if someone finds, we got Fowler out there right now. We know that he has pace and fixed setup races. So if he clicks on something, I would imagine he would want to instantly go in line because he's kind of on the bubble. Noah Carmichael, he's on the Fowler's on the other side of the bubble. Same thing with Noah Carmichael. I would imagine once they click on something, they'll want to go throw it in the line and give it a shot. But if you need me to cover, I'm here. If not, I'm going to go catch some football.
Yeah, no worries at all. I appreciate you hanging out for a good while. Go get some food and some football. Stay fresh for 7 p.m. We need you on that PRI show, hot and ready to go.
Our Juna's got us. He'll carry us all.
No worries. All right. We'll
we'll
talk
see
to Gary
everybody.
Godso a little bit later, and we'll leave you guys with the sights and the sounds of Indy cars at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway until we get our next qualifications attempt. It's Bump Day Qualifications presented by Swift Penguin Creations.
Cool. No problem. No problem at all. I'll catch you back a little bit later after you get a break. Yeah, bye.
All right, everybody, we do have a request to qualify. So if you don't mind, let's please clear the racetrack and we'll get ready for a qualifications attempt. All right, folks, we have a new driver in the qualifications queue. Number 32, Shane Coker. You may proceed to the end of the pit lane and await further instruction there. All right. He is on it. Shane Coker, his first lap at speed. Our first qualifications attempt in about 20 minutes, or 40 minutes, I'm sorry. And this will be the last run of this session. We'll hop over to a new session after the completion of this run by Shane. First lap, 39.355. Second lap for Shane, 39.43, so a solid lap. Still safely in the 228-mile-an-hour range. And we'll see what lap 3 holds. Shane, the driver for Votive Racing, number 32. Sponsored by the Votive Racing League. At the line. It's a 39.559. One lap to go for Shane Coker. Pretty smooth off of turn 2. Pretty solid to turn 4. Not using all the track, shallowing the exit. It's a 39.659 on the last lap. That's good for a 39.501 four-lap timed average. A 227.844 four-lap average time, or speed, I'm sorry. All right, Shane, that is your second attempt. You had a 227.844 four-lap average speed. That is currently 37th on the leaderboard to this point. 37th. You have one more qualifying attempt still left in your pocket. And that's going to be the conclusion of qualifying in this server. We're going to hop on over to the next server. And unless anybody has a request to qualify, we'll kick things off with practice over there. All right, everybody, let's clear the track. Practice is ending. We have a car that would like to make a attempt for qualifications. Everybody who's practicing, please clear the track. Next to hit the track, the number 80 of Jacob Bradley. Jacob, please present your car on the pit lane and join us at the end of pit road. All right, Jacob, this is your second attempt. Best of luck. The track is yours. pair of laps in the books for Jacob Bradley. He's on his second attempt. A pretty good start to the run, 228.833 on the first lap. Still in the 228s on lap 2. Let's see where he's at for lap 3. .579, so that takes him down quite a bit. And we'll see if he can hang on for lap 4 here. Looks very smooth through the north end of the track. Did drop the RPMs a little bit, but that's to be expected. At the line, let's see where he stands. It's going to be at 39.731, and unfortunately that will not be enough to bump him into the field. It's good for 46th thus far. We've got a total of 73 drivers who have set times in qualifications to this point. All right, Jacob, that's the end of your second attempt. It was 46th quick on the overall leaderboard. 4-lap average speed of 227.726. All right, up next is driver the number 31, Presley Sora. Presley, please reset and then join us back at the end of pit lane. All right, Presley, this is your third and final qualifications attempt. Best of luck. The track is yours. Presley Sora on track now. As we've mentioned before, rear-wheel driver in the ARCA Menard series. Here at the Hoosier 500, running for Presley Sora Racing. Racing towards a dream, PresleySora.com. Across the line, and plenty of time in the old outlap timer. Through the South Chute for the final time on a warm-up lap at the Hoosier 500 this year. This is Presley's third and final attempt at making it into the field of 33. Nick Lucci has been on the bubble for the last 4+ hours. Yet, nobody's been able to bump him out just yet. 3.5 hours to go in bump day qualifications. Presley Sora, Indiana native from Cambridge City, Indiana. His first lap coming around to complete the 2.5 miles that'll kick off his qualifications run. It's a 39.346. So still well into the 228s, but need a very strong lap here on lap 2. Can't have much fall off. 39.453. So, second lap is in the 228 range. Very low through turn 3. Off of 4, ready to put the third lap in the books. It's a 39.550, so not terrible on the third lap. And they arrived there differently, but Jacob Bradley before Presley was a little bit better on laps 1 and 2. Not as good as Presley on lap 3. They were both in about this same range, 228.1. Headed into the final lap. On a 4-lap speed average, they got to beat 227.887 to get into the field. And on his third and final attempt, he did get into the 39.6s on the final lap, held on to a 227 lap 4 speed average. It's a 4-lap qualifications run of 228.858. So he is 29 thousandths of a mile an hour behind the cut line. But unfortunately for Presley Sora, he is on the outside looking in and will not qualify for the Hoosier 500 this year. All right, Presley, your final attempt results in a 227.858 4-lap speed average. Unfortunately, that's 29 thousandths behind the cut line in 33rd. Your current time on the leaderboard is 36th overall, and that was your final attempt. All right, next to qualify will be number 38, Carter McFall. Carter, please reset. And then meet us at the end of pit lane. All right, Carter, the track is yours. This is your second attempt. Carter McFall on his first timed lap in a Sunoco liveried car. I think that's just his iRacing paint. 39.386. It is a 228.5, but probably already a little bit behind the 8 ball. You'd rather be down in the 39.31, 32 range to have a real shot at making the field right now. So 39.482. Second lap for Carter McFall. He's down into the highest of 227 mile an hour laps, 227.9. But this is not quite hanging on well enough. He needs to have a really strong third lap here to get him back on track. At the line for Carter. So 39.611. And if he was able to finish his lap right now, or his qualifications attempt, he'd be in the field. He'd be in the field by 1,000th of a second. But basically, he would need to run this mile an hour, and unfortunately, this attempt ends in a crash for Carter McFall. That'll be a premature end to his second attempt. He still has one remaining, but no time to his name as we speak. Okay, Carter, that was your second attempt. Obviously, no time tied to your name right now, but you do have one attempt remaining for the rest of the event. All right, the next car to qualify, the number 43, Chris Fowler. Chris, please reset your car and then join us on the pit lane. All right, Chris, this is your second attempt. Best of luck. The track is yours. So Chris Fowler on the track now, and this is a gentleman that could certainly bump his way into the field of 33. It's a strong first lap, 39.315. .439, so a solid 228 mile an hour second lap with a couple tenths of a mile an hour to spare. Halfway home with a 228.56 mile per hour for a 2-lap average. Lap 3, 39.532. Sitting in a good spot right now, 228.26 mile per hour, 3-lap average. 4th lap for Chris Fowler underway right now. Can he find his way into the Hoosier 500? Chris Fowler's 39.315 first lap was the best lap that we've had since Brian Carey bumped his way into the field just before noon at the finish line. It is a 39.634, and Chris Fowler has bumped his way into the show. It's a 227.964 4-lap average speed, and Chris Fowler provisionally in the Hoosier 500 for now. All right, Chris, that was your second attempt, and it was good enough to bump you into the provisional field of 33 for now. It is 29th fastest. The 4-lap average speed is 227.964 miles per hour. And you are, again, 29th currently. You have one attempt remaining. The number 90 of Logan Edwards is now on the bump spot. His run, 227.897. At this time, it doesn't appear there are any additional requests to qualify, so we will open the track for practice. So a nice run there by Chris Fowler. He bumps his way into the field of 33. He'll still have to wait a few hours before his spot is officially confirmed, and he's not out of the woods just yet. Still over 3 hours to go, and it's so tight. It's so congested down around the bump spot. Still could be some movement, but 4 spots to the good right now for Chris Fowler. On his second attempt, he's got 1 remaining if he so chooses to use it. And it's a busy track for practice right now. We will leave you with practice for a little bit. We'll take a quick break and check back in a little bit later. We've got about an hour and a half left in this session. and over 3 hours remaining in qualifications at large. So we'll be right back. The track is open for practice. We'll see you all soon. Let's clear the track from practice. We have qualification attempts in the queue. All right, I think everybody is in, and we're about to get set for our next qualifications attempt. Next up will be the number 28 car, Matthias Strauss. Please come to the end of the pit lane. All right, this is your second attempt. The track is yours. Good luck. So Matthias Strauss on the clock now. First lap at speed. He was number 42 on the speed chart before making this run. Let's see if he can get into the low 39 threes on this first lap. 39.338, not too bad. 228.786 miles per hour. .455 on the second lap. So, again, not bad. But for a bit of comparison, Chris Fowler on the last run just bumped his way into the race. His first lap was 200ths better than Matthias Strauss's first lap. And I'd say about 200ths better as well on the second lap. Let's see how they sort out here. 39.552. So again, another couple hundredths behind. This is not a bad run by Strauss by any means, but it just might take a little bit better of a fourth lap, I think, than Chris Fowler did. Chris Fowler did a 39.634, and again, he's 29th, so he's not on the bubble where Logan Edwards is, but Matthias Strauss has been behind Fowler. It's going to be close right there on 33rd. It's a 39.663 final lap. Again, another few hundredths worse than Fowler. And that nets out to 40th in the leaderboard right now. All right, Matthias, that was good for 40th overall. 4-lap average speed of 227.839. You have one more attempt remaining for the day. All right, next up will be the 54 of Hunter Smith. Hunter, if you could please reset and then join us at the end of the pit lane. We'll get ready for qualifying. All right, Hunter, this is your third and final attempt. The track is yours. Good luck. So Hunter Smith takes to the track. Safely through the out lap. He was 43rd upon coming and making this run. Mark Murphy talked about him a little while ago as a driver to watch. Somebody that if they could make the race would be a big threat 1 week from today on race day. Hunter coming down the front stretch to complete his warm-up lap. And he's on the pace now. First lap of the four. The final four for Hunter Smith. Through turns 3 and 4. a 39.350. Two hours and 45 minutes remaining. And bump day qualifications. Out to the wall. Pretty smooth corner exit there. Second lap for Hunter Smith. It's a 39.436. So that lap is on pace with Chris Fowler. The first lap was a few hundredths behind. Second lap was actually a few thousandths better. So it's a huge third lap here for Hunter Smith and Little Eagle Racing. Third lap. 39.539. Just a few thousandths behind Chris Fowler. It's better than Matthias Strauss was on his third lap. It's all going to come down to lap 4 here. Smith currently at a 228.185. 3-lap average. Will he be able to beat a 227.897? At the line for the final time. It's a 39.680. And unfortunately, it's going to come up just short. 4-lap average at 227.841. So about 500ths off on terms of the 4-lap speed average. And that completes the run for Hunter Smith, 40th fastest overall. 4-lap average of 227.841. Unfortunately, that was your last attempt, Hunter. All right, next to qualify is the 99 of Craig Forsyth. Craig, present your car to the pit lane. And come and meet us down at the end of pit lane. All right, Craig, the track is yours. This is your second attempt. Good luck. Completing his second lap here on his second attempt. Craig Forsyth, a beautiful paint there. He's off to a decent start. Definitely going to need to keep this lap in the low 39.5s, probably 39.51 or 5.2 to have a chance here. It's a 39.539, which is an identical time to what Hunter Smith ran on his third lap. Hunter then went 39.680 on the final lap. And in our most recent run, he then slotted in 40th. So it's got to be much better than a 6.80 on this final lap for Craig. Checkered flag. It is better. It's a 39.642, and it is right on the edge. 0.06 of a mile per hour slower than Logan Edwards. Craig Forsyth is 34th. So right on the edge, not quite inside the field of 33 yet. He will have to attempt one more time. Okay, Craig, your last attempt, a 227.891 mile per hour 4-lap average. Your position is currently 34th. So you're one spot outside the field of 33 as we stand right now. You do have one attempt remaining for the rest of the night. Up next is the 92 of Logan Simmons. Logan, please present your car on the pit lane and meet me at the pit exit. All right, Logan, this is your second attempt. Best of luck. The track is yours. So Logan Simmons takes to the track. He withdraws his previous time, which was 43rd fastest. He's got 2 attempts remaining. Still a couple shots to try to break his way into this ultra competitive field of 33 at the world's greatest sim race. Simmons makes it through the outlap and the warm-up lap procedures, or at least the tricky parts of them. Up to speed now, full throttle. 225 miles an hour coming off the corner. He's about to finish his warm-up lap and begin the first timed lap. First lap at the line. It's a 39.338. A decent first lap. Keeps you in the ball game. Second lap. It's a 39.420. So that is a good second lap from Logan Simmons. He's about even with Chris Fowler's run from just a few moments ago. Fowler was better on the first lap by a couple hundredths. Simmons better on the second lap by a couple of hundredths. And Fowler's a good recent term benchmark to work off of, sitting 29th. $39.540 for Logan Simmons. So he is on pace here. 228.237. The 3-lap mile an hour average speed. Can he get through a 227.897 4-lap average? That's where Logan Edwards sits. Will it be one Logan taking out another? At the line, Logan Simmons completes his attempt. It's a 39.697. He lost a ton at the end. Down 1,500ths lap over lap. And that does not get him in. So Simmons was really on track to be in the mix to make it in at the back third of the field. Unfortunately, not to be after a rough fourth lap. All right, Logan. That run puts you 39th overall. 4-lap average speed of 227.855. It doesn't appear that there are any additional cars looking to qualify at this time. So with that, we'll open the track for practice. Looks like we're ready for our next qualifications attempt. This will be the number 90 of Logan Edwards. Logan, you may reset and then proceed to the end of the pit lane. We're ready for the number 90 car. Please reset your car and then proceed to the end of the pit lane. All right, Logan, this is your third and final attempt. Best of luck. The track is all yours. So Logan Edwards withdraws his previous 33rd best time, and he's going to take this third attempt and try to do better on this one. Takes a car out of the field of 33, but I think everybody anticipates as we move into these last 2 hours here. Plenty of shuffling could be in the cards at the back of the field here. Logan's through the warm-up procedure, and he's on the gas for his first timed lap. Edwards driving for Luke Mansky Racing Esports. See what he can do on lap 1. It's a 39.324. It's a very solid first lap. Good first lap, putting you on pace to do what you need to do for the rest of the run. If you only dropped about a tenth each lap, easier said than done, you'd be in the show. Second lap for Edwards. He didn't even drop a tenth. 39.419. It's 5 thousandths better than a full tenth drop off. So, Logan Edwards positioning himself nicely here. Third lap. $39.528. So, he is in the ballpark Logan Simmons was also in the ballpark previously, and he plummeted, dropped 15 hundredths from the third lap to the fourth lap, and that did him in. He currently sits 38th. Where will Logan Edwards end up? He's through the north chute, down through turn 4, right down on the curb, out to the wall, and he sees the finish line now. It's a 39.688. The run is complete, and he improves up to 31st place now. So Lucas Lodato is going to be the man on the bump spot. It's a 227.9 flat, and Logan Edwards moves up a 227.907 4-lap speed average. All right, Logan, that was your third and final attempt. 4-lap speed average at 227.907, and your run was good for 31st overall. So you did improve, and you're provisionally in the field for right now, 31st overall. All right, next up will be the number 82, Drew Zook. You can proceed to the end of the pit lane and wait for my instruction. All right, Drew, this is your second attempt. The track is... Whoop. All right, the track is all yours. This is your second attempt. You're free to qualify. .734, the warm-up lap for Drew Zook. A 39.358 on the first lap. Second lap. 39.479. .545, the third lap. So, not much room for error. At the line. 39.668. So actually a better fourth lap than Logan Edwards just used to get back into the field. Unfortunately, the front half of the lap not quite there just yet. Drew still has one more attempt remaining. All right, Drew. Your 4-lap qualifications average, 227.776. That's 45th fastest at this time. You still have one more attempt remaining for the day. All right, next to qualify, the number 28 of Mateus Strauss. You may now proceed to the pit lane. All right, this is your third and final qualifications attempt. Best of luck to you. The track is yours, sir. So Mateus Strauss out on the track. He was out to make a qualifications attempt less than an hour ago. That was his second attempt of the event. This is it right here. Run number 3. For the driver of the number 28 car from Sweden. Sponsorship by Track Racer. Driving for Team Watson Racing. It's a 39.352 the first lap. Just taking a look through the field, the only driver that's close to a 39.352. Casey Povalones and Ricky Paz. There's 2 drivers. They drove to a 39.349, but not quite a 352. Let's see how he does on the second lap. It's a 39.460. So a 228.392 4-lap average, or 2-lap average right now, I'm sorry. Both laps in the 228s. There's only one driver in the field that had a second lap of 4.60 or slower. That was Kyle Clenworth. So on the third lap for Strauss, 39.565, and the margin is thin now. Unfortunately, no driver in the field currently in the top 33 has gone 39.565 seconds on their third lap. So Mateus Strauss needs a ripper of a fourth lap here. Let's see where he shakes out. .698 seconds. That's good for a 227.740 mile-an-hour 4-lap average speed, but unfortunately that will not be good enough to make the field of 33. All right, Mateus, that was your final qualifications attempt of the weekend. Unfortunately, it was not fast enough to make it into the field of 33. You're currently 48th on the leaderboard. That was your final attempt. All right, well, that means the track is open for practice. There are no additional attempts to be made right now. So we open the track for practice. It's been a busy set of practice sessions in between racing action here in qualifications. 5:44 p.m. local time right now. Just about an hour and 15 minutes until Bump Day coverage moves over to the Performance Racing Industry, PRI, Facebook and YouTube channels. We really ask that you guys hop on over at 7 p.m. and watch primetime coverage of Bump Day. It's sure to be exciting. There's going to be some drivers throwing some Hail Marys, last-second attempts at trying to make the field of 33. You won't want to miss it. That'll be live only on the PRI Facebook and YouTube channels. So make sure you turn in. That's at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, as we mentioned, the track is open for practice. So we'll step back for a few moments, take a little break, and leave it with the cars circulating the speedway. Just over 2 hours remaining in Swift Penguin Creations Bump Day, live here at the PRI Hoosier 500, the world's greatest sim race. Okay, we are prepared for our next qualifications attempt. Now to the end of the pit lane, number 68, Nick Lucci. All right, Nick, this is your second attempt. You'll have one more after this. You are cleared to take to the track for qualifying. First lap for the number 68 car, Nick, goes 39.297. That is a first lap in the 229 range. So he is on it. Just a little while ago, bumped from the field of 33. He was sitting on a day one qualifying time for quite some time. Off turn 4, second lap. Where does this one land? It's a 39.408. Nick pilots the car through the north chute. The best hope for the Sim Racing Club at Purdue this weekend. It's a 39.483. And he's on the fourth lap. He is in the ballpark. This is a good run. And a strong chance to make the show. He's got 2 more corners to navigate for a chance at a spot in the field of 33 at the world's greatest sim race. Through turn 4. Off the corner cleanly. He can see it now. We'll see if it's enough. At the line for the number 68 car, 39.619. The run is complete, and it is fast. 20th overall for Nick Lucci. And he is back in the show firmly. With under 2 hours to go in bump day qualifications, it's a great run at 228.127 miles per hour. 20th fastest, and that should be safe. All right, Nick, that was a great run. 4-lap average at 228.127. That puts you 20th overall. 20th overall. You do have one attempt remaining if you should need it. Since we are inside the 5-minute threshold, there's no more time remaining to make an additional attempt to qualify. So, we will go ahead. We will leave this session. We will head on over to the next session. We do have a car in the qualifications queue. So, that car will kick off the next session. And we will head on over there. See you guys at the top of the hour. Okay, folks, we roll along with bump day qualifying. The next car in line, the number 86, Noah Carmichael. Noah, please present your car on the pit lane and join us at the end of pit road. You can come meet us at the end of pit lane. All right, Noah, this is your third and final attempt. Best of luck. So the first lap for Noah Carmichael, 233 miles an hour at the speed trap entering turn 3. Comes off turn 4, and let's see where this first lap nets out. 39.303, so it is a solid first lap. Just a shade under 229 miles an hour. Right in the mix. Cleanly off turn 4. .416. So 2 laps in the books for Carmichael. Each lap just a few thousandths off of Nick Lucci. Also, Nick, if I'm saying your name wrong, it's okay. You can come correct me if that's the case. But Nick's run, a stellar run, in the top 20, right at 20th. And Carmichael is not far off of that. Let's see how the third lap stacks up. .529, so he loses ground from Lucci, but still a decent lap. He's got to hang on to a 227.904. That would get him in the field within the last 2 hours of qualifications here. Rings it off turn 3, down through turn 4. One last corner. This is his final attempt. Off the corner, Carmichael is clean. And let's see what the speed is at the line. It's a 39.681, 226.809, and he is provisionally in the field. 227.951, the 4-lap average. Provisionally 31st overall. All right, Noah, your 4-lap average, a 227.951. That puts you back in the field. Provisionally 31st overall on the speed charts right now. And that was your final attempt. Nice run there. So that puts Logan Edwards on the bump spot. All right, the next car to qualify, the number 124, Rafael Leon. Please reset your car and then meet us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Rafael, the track is yours. This is your final attempt. Best of luck. I'm sorry, Rafael, but I regret to inform you that in turn 2, your mile per hour went underneath the 200 mile an hour limit. You went 199, so unfortunately, that will draw an end to this qualifications run. Yeah, sorry, Rafael. You touched, I think it was 199 exact. Unfortunately, can't go below 200 miles an hour on the warm-up lap. The next car to qualify will be the number 67 of Jacob Smith. Jacob, please reset. And then join us at the end of the pit lane. All right, Jacob, this is your third and final attempt. Good luck. The track is yours. So, Jacob Smith out there to make his third and final attempt at qualifying for this year's Hoosier 500. And he's got a little bit of ground to make up. He was 65th before withdrawing his previous time. So 2 laps in the books for Jacob Smith. Unfortunately, both of them at 227 miles an hour. A high 227 on the first lap and 227.3 on the second lap. But that is not going to be enough to get it done without a significant turnaround here. .679 on the third lap. Third and final attempt for Jacob Smith. He brings it off a turn 4 for the final time here at the Hoosier 500 this year. Checkered flag is out. .815. Jacob actually did improve to 60th overall. All right, Jacob, that was your third and final attempt. You did improve slightly to 60th overall on the leaderboard. Your best 4-lap average, a 227.039. That was your final attempt. Okay, the next car to qualify, number 80, Jacob Bradley. Please bring your car to the end of the pit lane for your next qualifications attempt. The track is yours. This is your third and final qualifications attempt. Good luck.
Am I good to go?
So Jacob Bradley out on the racetrack. Warm-up lap in the books. Lap 1 in the books. It's a good one, 228.996. Just a shade under 229. So a great start to this run for Jacob Bradley. Outside the fastest 33 coming in. What can he do here? $39.408. A solid second lap. Just a touch better than Noah Carmichael on his second lap, who just bumped his way into 31st. Through turn 4 on the third lap. $39.501. Still a very strong run to this point for Jacob Bradley. Clean off of turn 2, all the way out to the outside wall. Dives it down into turn 3. Car looks fairly settled there. Turn in early at a turn 4. He's got a shot. He's going to bring it to the line. Let's see for Jacob Bradley. It's a 39.677. The run is complete, and it is good enough for Jacob Bradley to bump his way into the field of 33. He is 28th fastest after a 39.677 on the final lap. Anytime you're under 39.7, that's always a good fourth lap. 228.010, the 4-lap average. All right, Jacob, on your third and final attempt, that was a 4-lap average at 228.010 miles per hour. That puts you 28th overall, so you do bump your way into the field on your final attempt. You have no additional attempts remaining, currently 28th overall. Nice run. Okay, the next car to qualify, number 30, Lucas Lodato. You're up next. Please meet me at the end of the pit lane. All right, Lucas, this is your second attempt to qualify. The track is yours. Good luck. So Lucas Lodato safely through the outlap and the warm-up lap procedure. He was 36th fastest when he withdrew this previous time. This is his second run of the event, so he's got one more to play with after this if he does not bump his way into the field. Let's see where the speed is at. 39.326. And on his first lap, puts you in the ballpark, gives you a chance. 228.856, the mile per hour. Second lap, a 39.418. So still a solid 228.322. 322. Lodato in the mix. He's given up 300ths so far to the run that Jacob Bradley just had that put him 28th. So, needs a solid lap around a 39.5 flat here. And it's a little higher than that, 39.558. So a little bit behind the pace, and he clips the wall. Lodato into the wall in the exit of turn 1. That'll be the end of this qualifications attempt for the driver of the number 30. All right, Lucas, that was the second qualifications attempt for you this weekend. You do have one attempt remaining. We are ready for the next qualifications attempt. Number 92, Logan Simmons, please present your car on the pit lane and join us at the end of the pit lane for further instruction. All right, Logan, this is your third and final attempt. Best of luck. The track is yours. Logan Simmons to qualify. Warm-up lap in the books. And we'll see what the driver, the number 92, has in store. A veteran of this race, Logan Simmons. He's made this race twice, once in the inaugural running in 2019, additionally in 2020. First lap of 39.313. Second lap for Logan Simmons. 39.429. So, a shade off the pace where you'd want to be. You'd probably like that a little bit higher to give yourself some margin for error in the back end of the run, but still in the ballpark, still with a chance. Third lap. Simmons looks steady. .566. We ride along with him. He's currently at a 228.218. To get into the show, it's a 227.951. Close to the wall there. He might have nipped it. The car's loose on exit. And unfortunately, that will be it. Logan Simmons in the wall on his final qualifications attempt. Coming off of turn 4, he gets loose. The car had a lot of understeer in turn 3. And unfortunately, that is the end of Simmons' bid to make the Hoosier 500 here in 2025. Unfortunately, Logan, that was your final qualifications attempt for this year's PRI Hoosier 500. Okay, next in line is the 18 car, Caleb Brashear. Caleb, please present your car on the pit lane and join us at the pit exit line. All right, Caleb, this is your third and final attempt. The track is yours. Good luck. So Caleb Brashear making his last attempt to qualify for this year's Hoosier 500. First lap, a 39.373, so a bit behind the 8 ball here to start. .39.484 on the second lap. And into the wall for Caleb Brashear. And unfortunately, that will spell an end to Caleb's bid for the PRI Hoosier 500. All right. Now up to qualify number 6, Mason Mitchum. Mason, please reset. And then join me at the end of the pit lane. All right, Mason. You are now free to qualify. This is your first attempt. Remember, you have to complete the outlap in 60 seconds. Do not go under 200 miles an hour on the warm-up. You are free to go. So unfortunately, on the first lap at speed for Mason Mitchum, into the wall. That'll bring up our next attempt. Okay, next qualifier, number 38, Carter McFall. Please bring your car to the end of the pit lane after resetting. Please reset your car first and then bring it to the end of pit lane. Okay, Carter, this is your third and final attempt. Best of luck to you. You may now take to the track. So Carter McFall on the pace. Warm-up lap in the books, and here is lap 1. Our last 4 qualifications attempts have not been completed due to crashes. I think that's the first time in Hoosier 500 history. We have also made history with this last run, albeit it wasn't a completed attempt, but with Mason Mitchum's attempt, we have broken the record for the most attempts in a qualifications weekend at the Hoosier 500. Going back to 2019, the record was 146. And with this run, we're now at 148. So building on the record. Thank you everybody who's come out and made a run this weekend. .378 the first lap. .39.454 the second lap, so unfortunately for Carter, it's not a 234 mile an hour lap. It's a 228.114. .39.603 on the third lap. And mathematically, he's still got a chance. He's not going to get there, though. He clips the wall in the north chute. He will come around to finish, though. Credit to Carter McFall. 4 laps in the books. 39.885, 39.580 4-lap timed average. That is 51st overall. Okay, Carter, your run is 51st overall, a 4-lap average of 227.388. Unfortunately, that was your final attempt to qualify for the Hoosier 500. Next to qualify, the number 82 car. Drew, you may visit us at the end of the pit lane for further instruction. All right, Drew, this is your third and final qualifications attempt. Best of luck to you. You're free to take to the track. So Drew Zook, member of the Sim Racing Club at Purdue. His final attempt at making the 2025 Hoosier 500. Where's the first lap speed? 39.374. 228.5 on the lap speed. A little close on the exit of turn 2 there. Right down to the curb in turn 3. Same in turn 4. Nice and clean on the exit. $39.469. You see at the very bottom of the screen on the left-hand side, Brian Carey, that 227.951. That's the 4-lap speed average that everybody else is going to have to beat. This will also very likely be the final run in this session before we hop over to the final session. Can't run with any more or any less than 5 minutes left in the session. Right now we've got 6 minutes and 15 seconds. 39.551, the third lap. Driver the number 82, Drew Zook, for the Sim Racing Club at Purdue. Brings it off at turn 4. Let's see where he nets out. 39.697. It is going to be good for 44th fastest. Unfortunately, does not make the field of 33. So he gave it a valiant effort. Unfortunately, did not improve on the previous time that he had. He had a 39.513 4-lap average time. That was a 39.523. So he lost a hundredth of a second. Doing his best trying to qualify for the Hoosier 500. Good effort there by Drew and the Sim Racing Club at Purdue. All right, Drew, your run was a 227.717 mile an hour attempt. It is 44th fastest. Unfortunately, that was your final qualifications attempt. So, at this time, there's less than 5 minutes remaining in the session, so we won't run any cars in this session. We will start with the number 77 car, then the 52, then the 140, and then the 99, and then the 79 in the next session. So I see all your guys' numbers. I'll bring those to the next session. But again, we will start with the 77. Trevor Fallis will be the next car to hit the track. So, if you're watching live on the Hoosier 500 live stream, we really appreciate it. We do ask, though, that you hop on over. Our broadcast is about to end. Hop on over to the Performance Racing Industry Facebook and YouTube pages. Look for them on Facebook and YouTube. Just search Performance Racing Industry. Head over to their live channel and catch the final hour of Bump Day Qualifications. That'll be exclusively on the PRI channel, both on Facebook and YouTube. That's where we will decide who's going to make this field of 33 at the 2025 PRI Hoosier 500. We do appreciate everybody for hanging around today. Another great crowd. Appreciate everybody in the chat. It's been a lot of fun, and we've got just under 1 hour left to go till the final gun sounds at 7:50 p.m. Eastern Time. So again, make sure you run on over to the PRI Facebook and YouTube pages. Thank you, everybody, for following us today. Hope to see you over there on that broadcast, and have a good night.